Hello, chat. Hello, CC. How are you? I should probably open up chat on my phone. Ooh la la. How goes it, everyone? That is not, that's not Twitch. That is something else. Welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday game. I am excited. Sorry it took a bit longer than normal to start up. I was doing a pre-session catch-up. It's been about 20 episodes, 20 sessions that we've gotten to play. So I wanted to just sit down and talk with the players and just get to understand how everyone is feeling and, talk about any problems they may have. So we were sitting down having a good talk, like a session 0, but not at session 0. Hey, Cece, glad to see you in chat. Our session 0 for the Saturday game hopefully will be happening next week. So on the 10th, let's hope it does. And tomorrow I should be getting news on if I got this job or not. If I didn't, oh well. If I did, hell yeah. We'll have to talk sometime after stream today or tomorrow or whatever, so that we can help go through, talk more about character backstory, goals, stuff like that, but that is not the purpose for at least right now, maybe later. Today we are here to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! D&D. So I'm going to go ahead and give you a recap. Last episode was the wrap-up after the fight with the Spined Gilman. We had Rivet go and turn it in, and the party got to talk to the not me just immediately forgetting the name of the guy, the town mayor, or at least the district mayor for the town that they are in. They got to talk to him. He gave them a list of names of the key members of the Outsiders of Eve, aka the group that they're currently fighting against. They haven't really gotten a chance to look for it yet. Once they got that list of names, they immediately began searching for Jerry. They were able to find him strapped to, a surgery table, all the way up in the upper district. They were able to get passes from the mayor as well so that they could go in there. They found him mutilated, hurt. They were able to get him out, but he has explosives on him. Rune and Rivet took him away. However, Clover, Lumora, and Anicia stayed behind. They did a bit of research about what was going on at this shop. They learned that there's only really one worker that shows up during the daytime, but she doesn't seem to have any connection to it. Overall, the shop itself doesn't seem to have any connections, but just in case, Anicia was able to swipe away a few pages of customer logs that, the woman Greenie took to, cross-reference, see if any of the names match up, maybe ask around about some of the names. One name did stick out, the name of Midor, aka the witch who is Genevieve's teacher, and they just left Zal with the other day. So, since with all of that, think of Jerry, I shall dream of Jerry, same Nevi, dream of Jerry, new TV hit series. I'll go ahead and hit him with the 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Oh.
Penis.
Oh.
Penis.
Penis.
Boobies.
Vagina.
Boobies, vagina.
Oh, the buddy part.
Hello, chat. Fuck you, chat.
Damn. Fucking aggressive out the gate.
How dare you say that to all 3 of them?
Damn! Call out not needed though. Damn! You know what? There may be 3 of them, and I may be one of them, aka my phone is, but they are my favorite chatters, okay?
Don't worry, one of them is me too. So.
Hey, look, there's the 1%. There's the 1%. That's Nightbot. Anyway.
Hey! You leave Nightbot alone. He's my son. He's doing his job. And then we have our lurkers. We love our lurkers. Thank you, lurkers. We appreciate
We
you
love
for
our
being
lurkers. Hi,
around.
lurkers.
Lurkers, we
Much
love you the most.
appreciated.
Big preach. So I went ahead and
When
gave.
did the theater get a farm?
That was last session when Anicia was teaching the kids how to farm.
Mm-hmm.
They were making a mess in the back while everyone was talking, but
Oh my god, D&D Beyond, please stop timing out.
D&D Beyond, everybody.
Mags was kind enough to make graves for the boys.
Yeah, Mags went ahead and made graves for the 3 fallen comrades.
Yep, Joe, John, and Martin.
Joe, John, and Martin, but they failed their death saves. But you know who didn't? Jerry! And that is who we're focusing on today. We will be starting off session focusing on Rivet and Rune at the same time as the other 3 were exploring the botany shop. These 2 were making their way out with an injured Jerry. So,
Making our way.
can I have those 3 that were in the botany shop go ahead and leave chat for now? You can still be in the stream lurking and everything, but for now we're focusing on these 2.
Okay.
And Dragmax. Okay, she's gone. Hello, you 2.
Hello, DM.
Miss
Our
Rune,
most
Miss
merciful
Rivet.
and gracious DM who would do nothing to their party members.
Oh, absolutely. I would never do nothing. I would do nothing to my party members. Anyway, kill yourself.
Now you listen here, Mr. Pineapple. Okay, we have a very serious discussion.
Why the fuck are you going mafia on me?
This is very serious.
You come with the
No further harm is to come to the Jerry. I will
stab
take
him.
your knees.
All I'm saying is, don't trip. No.
Alright.
Don't trip, he dies. If you
9
trip,
feet
this
of
man
spider, he will pop.
he drops, he not only pops, he explodes, and you level a city. So, no pressure or anything.
Technically, we level a forest.
Well,
I don't
actually,
think we made it to the forest yet. That's the thing.
yeah, you guys aren't out of the
Oh.
city, so which leads me into the beginning of today's question. You 2 have just left the basement. The others were following shortly after, and you guys have already taken off. How are you wanting to do this? For a refresher as to kind of the location of where you guys are at.
Yeah, a location would be nice. Where the fuck are we?
I'm not sure if you guys can. You know what? I'll try and screen share for you guys. Okay.
Nah.
Oh, that's.
Give us that map.
Okay, let's see if I can remember correctly. We aren't at the docks yet because the shop was past the wall.
Correct. So.
Right.
Yeah. Are you able to view screen share?
I am.
No, I am not because I'm having to use another tab for my sheet because the other tablet is fucking up.
Alright, don't worry about him. It's fine.
It's fine. Nebby will help explain. So you guys are up here. This is the upper district. Yes.
That's the upper district. I thought that was the outer.
No. So these
It's
are the
a
walls
bitch
that
district.
contain like the inner districts, but like the old docks is right here, and the wall is about right here that separates these 2 districts.
Ah, okay.
There is a
So
wall
there.
around them, which is what that bold line is, but it's not as thick as these walls. But
Alright.
you guys are specifically in this shop right here, the Timeless Chain Herbalist. More like you guys just left it. So, where would you guys like to go? So I remember describing directly behind it is the little stairwell that led you guys underneath it.
Mhm.
And directly right here is like the main gates that kind of surround the entire area. It's very not as big as Rune, I would say, considering how tall she is, but definitely bigger than the average human. I'd say about 7 feet tall, and it has like the little pointed edges at the top.
Probably somewhere sanitary, but also questionable.
Alright, now we're leaving the city thing, so we're hopping the wall.
We're hopping the wall.
Because outside of that is the forest, right?
Outside of it is farmland.
Okay, where's the closest forest?
So all of this area is farmland.
Holy hell.
To get to the forest, you would basically have to travel,
3 days.
well,
Right.
kind of, all the way up towards here, like past here is where Rivet's home is. There is a pathway that leads here and kind of goes up
Yeah,
into
I
that
own all
direction.
that land. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, totally.
What is
There's
that like is that like a barn? That little brown speck?
up here.
Yeah.
That is indeed a farm. It's a cattle farm, who apparently is
Um,
unattended at this moment. Actually, well,
okay, so we're
I
doing this in the middle of farmland then.
I should go ahead and like, because it's like midnight now at this point with what you guys have been doing.
Well, yeah,
Still,
because she's definitely not wandering around during the day. Hell no.
no,
That shit hurts.
absolutely. So you are going to basically hop the wall and try and travel all the way over here.
Not all the way, because, I'm trying to reduce casualties. But, like, as close as... How, like, far... Like, how much time is that, travel-wise?
So I'd say because the distance from like down here, this is, I think it was this one. No, which building is it? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Where the fuck is it?
You can't find the theater?
Yeah, where the fuck is this theater? That's an inn.
I think it is lower.
It's Swordner's Theater. It exists, but it doesn't.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, you're in this location. You know what? Fuck it. We'll say that this is the theater right here.
For now.
So from
Until
the
you find it later.
yeah, until later. So from here to here, across this distance, that is 4 hours. So if we were to flip it, I'd say it's about 2.5 to get like to the farm.
And how big was the explosion gonna be?
You know that, or at least you were relayed this information by Rivet when he called it out, that these bombs are powerful enough to basically level an entire district block. So if this was, say, set off right here, it'd be enough to basically wipe out this entire middle part of it, with
Keep
casualties
forgetting
kind of to
this
this.
screen share. I can't click it. But I'd say we would go like an hour out.
An hour out.
Halfway. Yeah.
Okay.
To a spot that I know you said like this was off farmland, but I'm assuming there would be a more emptier spot. Not
Yeah.
as many crops.
So because like this farm and like this big old acre of land that's owned by it is cattle farm, it's mostly like grazing fields.
Ah, okay, good.
So not as many like actual crops. To find more crops, you'd probably go more out this way. But this location right here would definitely be more like flat land used for cows to be able to go out, graze, do whatever cows need to do.
So I'd say like an hour out. Shoo away any cows that happen to be there.
Yeah. So to get out of it, you are hopping the fence, yes?
Climbing over it, yeah. Obviously, I'm gonna snatch up Rivet on the way, put him on my back.
All right, go ahead and roll me acrobatics with advantage because you're big enough to climb over this, but you are still carrying two individuals. One of them is not really helping with weight.
Oh, good thing you gave me that advantage. 26.
26, yeah, no, that definitely works. You are able to, despite the weight on your shoulder, Rivet doesn't provide the most weight since he's relatively smaller, but Jerry himself, he is a lot bigger than Rivet and a lot heftier than him. And since Rivet's at least awake, he can, mitigate his weight elsewhere. Jerry's just pulling his full force on, but you're a strong enough woman. You're able to kind of climb and weave your way over the fence and out into the more open farmland. Go ahead.
I thought we Chewbacca'd to CPO Jerry to ruin.
No, she wrapped him up in silk, but she's just holding him in her arms. She didn't like tie him down or anything.
Okay.
She's baby cradling him.
She's princess cradling him.
Also, it's not exactly the most helpful, but there's like this is like 50 meters with how we have it currently. So, we'd have to measure like, 50, whatever. I'm not going to do it all specifically right now.
Yeah, like I'm heading out just far enough that I know it's not going to cause any structural damage
Yeah,
to the
but at
city.
least also not too far that it's going to take time for like Lumora to get there or anything, because
Yeah.
Lumora is going to come help after they do their little reconnaissance. So you guys go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and turn off screen share because it's not needed for now. Um, you guys make your way over the fence. Rivet, you are holding, well, you're like holding onto Rivet, right?
I'd say before she jumped over, she like scooped him up with one of her other legs and tossed him on her back.
Okay,
So
so
if he fell off on the way, that's his fault.
Rivet, go ahead and make me an athletics check to see if you're able to stay on as she kind of.
Can I use my 50 feet of rope to just make like a lap around the torso, just hold against it?
Yeah, I'd say that's allowable. You see as Rune begins to climb over, you get your rope out, just in case like you need to climb. But seeing as she is picking you up and putting you on her back, you're able to use the rope to kind of help steady yourself on there, almost like riding saddles. Um, you're able to hold on, so as she climbs over and climbs down, you're able to keep perfectly on, perfectly still. About an hour of time passes, maybe hour and a half of just running or at least speed walking through the open fields. You're going through wheat fields and open land until you're far enough out that the walls are but almost like a mirage off in the distance, a night mirage. You can still see it, but it's not the clearest. It's more off in the distance. You can see that there is a farmland probably another hour up ahead of you, or at least a barn itself with a small house next to it, but you're far enough away from it that if you set him down and for some reason he was to explode, he would be fine. But that's not the only thing you find. As you approach kind of like a middle point, you find what almost looks like a teepee. A teepee made of leaves and sticks, relatively small, maybe something that you'd find like a gnome or a dwarf making to hide out in.
Who the fuck is building TVs in the middle of the farmland? Oh no, not have time for this. Uh, Rivet, can you see if anybody's in there before we move? I'm trying to avoid as many casualties as possible.
Roger, Roger.
You hop off of Rune.
Yes, while holding in my lunch.
Uh,
It's a
as you
bumpy
go,
ride.
I take it you're approaching the TP and like going towards like the
Hold
open.
with the turret that is still actively a thing, kind of held as luggage and a pistol in the other hand. Yeah.
As you go ahead and approach it, you can immediately hear rustling and something about to come out of the TP. Do you do anything before so?
Squish up against the TP as best as I can to be out of view.
Let me double check something.
We're trying to be out of view against the teepee when they're coming out of the teepee?
To be fair, I do wear leather. I would probably match the TP.
Let me double check this.
That's wait, it's made of grass, isn't it?
It's made out of like leaves, sticks, some grass, but mostly leaves.
This is like shelter.
If you want to try and do stealth, you can, but I'd say it's with disadvantage.
No, I want to be at the. So instead of that, can I be like not necessarily high, but just like have like gun pointed like a good bit away where they won't see me until they come out and the gun's just pointed at them?
Yeah, I'd still say roll with disadvantage to like be out of view so that you can have your gun traced on where they are.
Stealth at disadvantage.
Yes,
Oh.
sir.
I'm glad my stealth. Wait, that's my survival. That's not it.
Yeah, that's
Hold
survival.
up.
Damn, that would have been a nice
Can we
survival
just?
check. No.
That would have been
Well,
great.
Come on,
oh,
stealth, bud.
can we use the rolls and just knock it down to a 3?
No, sir. Stealth, come on.
Damn. What a time to misclick.
I
Holy
know.
shit.
Such good rolls wasted for what?
I got so far to lose it all. It didn't even. Is that 2 natural ones?
Yeah.
Holy hell. Well, I see what my luck's going to be today.
Chat, for those who don't know, he rolled survival on accident and got a 19 and 18 plus 8. And for his stealth itself is 2 natural ones plus 3 for a 4. So, Rivet, you go ahead and you try to like kind of hide yourself out of the way of it. You try to station yourself in a way that maybe you won't be seen. But as you go to try and station yourself, you hold your gun at your ready. You can see the figure coming out, like stops, and slowly you see this long, gnarled nose come out of the TP. I know you're all there. You guys are fine.
Do you recognize the voice?
You do. I don't know if Rivet would really recognize it, but Rune, you know who this is.
Tolma?
It's Ulma.
You
Wait,
stupid little trash man, what are you doing out here?
counter argument. Where are the kids?
Get to that part,
As
yeah.
as you ask, the TP fully opens up, and Rune can see this because Rivet, you're off to the side trying to hide, so you don't see into it. But Rune, as he walks out of it, the TP on the inside is considerably bigger than it really should be. This TP inside of it looks like to be the size of what would be the equivalent of like a mansion dining room and ballroom.
Is he Howl's moving castling? The little bra of holding?
I was just saying, I was just like, okay, well, I guess that shouldn't be too surprising considering you live in the Mars Brawl somehow. All the
kids are
children are in
fine.
there?
No, the kids aren't with me, but they are being watched. They will not get harmed.
Watched? Watched by who? Who the freaking... I gave you one job.
Do you want to see what they're being watched by?
I would like to know the children are safe, yes.
Ulma will go ahead and he'll raise 2 of his gnarled fingers and he'll snap them. And as he snaps them, you begin to feel the ground around you rumble, almost like an earthquake, but not enough to actually throw you off balance. It rumbles for a good few seconds before it stops, and in kind of off to the left of you guys, you see what looks like a stalk of 3 eyes, all connected together, poke out of the ground, look at you 2. Then, after it looks at you 2, the ground begins to shake again because this thing begins to rise out of the ground. This thing rises and rises. This thing is huge, gargantuan, even.
This is Carl.
It's Carl. He summons. Rivet, go ahead and make me a history check.
Hello, Carl.
5.
Did you say 5?
25. 2 5.
25. Okay. You know this thing as what is known as a frog human. Kind of a mixture of hill giants and frog DNA. You know these things are physically powerful, incredibly stealthy for some reason, and natural predators to even giant rock birds.
I imagine he sees this thing rise up out of the ground, and if he had ears, they would just droop.
uh, so it's a gargantuan sized, and gargantuan creatures
Uh-huh.
typically size, couple, like tens of dozens of feet high.
I'm gonna be blunt. I don't even come up to groin level on this damn thing.
You think you are barely as big as this creature's, like maybe a bit above this creature's big toe.
He packs up his turret and he waddles away.
Rune just looks to Ulma impressed, just like, okay, I trust you. They're safe.
Now go ahead, get the man inside. Just duck your head as you go in.
You see like a moment of confusion. She's like, how do you know? You're like, no, what? Not gonna question it. And she takes him inside.
You go to enter into the TP, and as you duck your head in, your spider legs touch the ground, and from what was once earth made specifically to help, you know, cows graze, soft grass, a little mud, instead turns into, I wouldn't say beautiful. It's quite dirty, but it's still cleaner than you would expect. Uh, glass and crystal, not crystal, but like marble, like a
Mhm.
mixture of that to make up this entire ballroom floor. It has been mostly cleared out. You can see that there are chairs and tables pushed up against the side, but there is definitely more than enough space for you to be able to lay out Jerry and for everyone to fit inside. Like, you could probably fit an entire militia inside of this place comfortably.
The ants go marching one by one, hurrah!
Rivet, are you actually walking away, or
I am in slumps of defeat. Like, why am I here? Levels of depression. No, I'm going to put my turn away for one. Yes. And I will head inside, considering I still kind of need to stick with them.
as you begin putting like your turn away, Ulma will go ahead and snap his finger again. And almost, in the same time that it took for this frog to raise itself from the ground, you just see it get a look of confusion for the briefest a moment before it's like sucked back under the ground and the ground closes back up over him.
It goes, huh?
Exactly. Back to where you once came from, kind of deal. Just whoop right into the ground, and the ground just closes back in as if there was never
He's
any
there one moment and then he's
disturbance.
just.
Yeah, exactly. And after he is desummoned, Ulma will, as you go to walk in, he'll put a hand onto your shoulder. You can feel his gnarled fingers, very bony and dirty, on your shoulder.
Eh.
I'm gonna need to talk to you privately once he's situated,
Alright.
and he will follow you inside. So are you just gonna be laying Jerry out? What do you want to do with Jerry?
Rune is going to, lay him down, unwrap him, and take stock of his injuries again. I know they healed up, so he's at least like, halfway patched up now, but
I will. Sorry.
Anything else you want to add? If before Ghost adds anything to it?
I want to, because you said that they're implants, right?
Yeah, these seem like physical bombs have been put inside of his body. You weren't able to
Yeah.
really tell too much, but you know that they're kind of similar to the other guy, where his bombs were like under his skin because they were healed up, but you weren't able to really investigate the bombs so much because, Lumora and Clover healed him almost immediately so that he would stop bleeding.
I want to feel around for the bombs.
Okay. As you do this, Rivet, what are you doing?
I was gonna say is like as he's placing that for a visual of the audience. Rivet is clutching his still attached to his body normal other limb and is clutching that with the metal arm by the wrist to just keep him from shaking.
Okay. So is Rivet just kind of watching this happen? Is there anything that he can do
I
that might help?
Give me a hot moment. I'm making sure I'm proficient in medicine. I'm not, but I have a decent 5 in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Rune, I will need a medicine check from you as you begin to feel around the man's body to try and find the bombs again.
You got an 8.
You got an 8. Uh,
Yeah. Which is
Rivet,
about par for the course. She's not a healer.
Rivet, are you
May
also making a medicine check or?
I'll do a medicine check.
All right. So Rune with an 8. I'll wait to see what Rivet gets, see if it's going to be the same deal.
I do want to say when
Fine,
she like
tablet.
unwrapped him and started like checking over his body for injury, she remembered, oh yeah, he's naked, and put like a handkerchief over his junk.
That is also an 8. So you both got an 8. So as you lay him out, you unwrap him, you kind of cover his precious family jewels. Uh, you
Maintain that
both
dignity.
you both begin like pressing around on his body very gently. You're not like full on punching this man or anything. You're gently pressing your fingers upon him, kind of feeling up and down his arms and on his chest because you remember that's where some of them were. You're not able to tell where the bombs are exactly. It seems that when he was healed, so much skin and blood began to replace where the wound was that it buried the bombs deeper into his arm that right now you're not able to feel him out. But you do notice one thing. As you two begin like pressing around on his chest and his stomach area, something begins to become a little clear. He's not fully intact. Yes, he lost a lot of blood and he was cut open, but it seems like there might be more inside of him that might be missing to make room for these bombs. You're not sure where the bombs are themselves, but he might be missing a few internal organs.
Oh, they took his kidneys. He'll never get to drink alcohol again.
I'm decent at making prosthetics. I don't know about organs.
I'm not exactly a healer, but I'm here to simply provide a place for you guys.
Realizing that this man is now missing internal organs, you can see Rune's just like standing there with a blank expression, which is the first time that anyone who's known her this past week would have seen because she's such a, hard on her sleeve character. And Rivet, you can feel the air around her get colder, like actively getting colder as the
I have a
ice on her skin spreads. And she just goes,
question.
I'm gonna find out who did this. And I'm gonna make them wish we never met.
I have an interesting question
For
What is
who?
your question?
for the DM. This is a cattle farming area, yeah.
Yeah, this field you guys are in, you're kind of on the outskirts of what is a cattle farm's
What type
grazing
of
area.
animals?
Mostly cows and bulls. For the most part, cows, from what you would know. You don't, when you had your home about, because you guys traveled, it's still about 2 days away. You didn't get to know too many of the farmers. You kind of kept yourself, but you do know at least that when you got closer to town, it was more animal-based farms, and the further
Fine.
out you got, like closer to your home, it was more vegetation and fruits and hops and the kind. So
So I have a, so I have a,
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. Any of y'all ever seen the movie The Animal?
No.
No.
Essentially, they took parts of animals and replaced a police officer's internal organs stuff with the parts of the animals.
Okay. Before that happens, Nevi, can you go grab Mags and ask her to come up here for if she's not if she's done cooking.
She's still muted, but I'll go check.
Okay. I'm the one thing that I am curious to know what happens. Also, hi Danny. I see you in the chat. I just didn't get a moment to say anything, but
Hi, Danny.
because
Friendship.
Lumora.
I got her.
Oh, hi Lumora.
Oop.
You have sending, yes?
Yes.
How does Lumora plan on getting in contact? Is she going to be sending like them to find out where they went?
If they said that they were going to be, they didn't say that where they were going to be. They didn't say. They said they were going to get him out of town. So Lumora would be casting sending over to Rune to be like, okay, where's the meetup part? Where are we going?
Okay. So I would say after about an hour, because an hour is about what happened with the whole botany shop. Which also reminds me, I got the times wrong. It's midday, Rune and Rivet.
Ah,
My
birds!
my dumbass forgot because I forgot to change the date on the map thing, so it says it's like midnight, but actually it's more like midday now. So Lumora, after you and your trio's little botany shop escapade, you would like to sending over to which person?
Rune just over there, like probably hear her out of breath because of the fact that she just brought someone back to life. She's like, "Hey, we're ready to go. Where are we meeting you?"
It's like a second before she responds, and it just goes, about an hour into the farmlands, there's a TP. The trash man is here.
And that's
Trash
all.
man. Was just like trash man.
My
Who
bad,
the
the
hell is a
dirt
trash
man.
I met the dirt man.
Who the hell's the dirt man?
Lives on Jerry Lane.
God damn it. So when you
Lives
get
on
that
Jerry Lane?
Jerry Lane, you can go
Sorry.
ahead and grab the other two and bring them up.
If I must.
I guess.
So,
So
yes.
I'll have you two just kind of mute up in case they want to like
Friendship.
do any talking as they're walking, okay?
Okay, what are they all back?
Yeah.
Yeah, the three are back.
They fucking took his kidneys!
So you three, at least Lumora gets the sending message saying that they're out about an hour into the farmland, that there is a TP, and that the trash man or the dirt man is here. You relay this back to your three compatriots or your two compatriots.
For a second, she's staring off into space, wondering who the hell they're talking about. She goes, "So, I think I have a location on where they are. And apparently they're with someone called the Dirt Man. It was the trash man, now it's the Dirt Man, but either way, we gotta go." She kind of like looks at the passed out old lady. She'll be fine.
Do you guys
Yes.
move her out from under the basement?
Yes, he at least leaves her outside, so she'll fucking die again.
Okay. You
We
go
slide her under a desk.
You throw her in a box.
In a crate, more like.
She's in a crate. God damn it.
You go ahead and you carry the old woman outside, and you kind of, I'd say you like lean her up against the tree that's out back, so that it makes it look like she just took a little nap underneath the tree. Um, and you three, how do you want to leave? Do you want to just like walk out the front? Are you gonna try the gate to get over? I will say, because those two left a bit before you, I'd say Clover, you have an inkling that those two probably jumped the gate. You're not guaranteed on that, but it's you if you had to guess, they probably did with how quick Rune was getting out of there.
They said they're about an hour into the farmlands.
I, I suppose we could try going over the gate to save some time.
The gates
How
themselves.
tall is this gate?
Yeah, so the gates themselves, they're taller than Anicia, but I wouldn't say as tall as Lumora. They're about 7 feet tall, but at the top they are kind of like they have those like little spade spikes that a lot of like metal fences do. If you know the kind I'm talking about,
Hear you.
they're yeah, they have like those kind of
Like
gate
barbed
toppers.
wire?
More like just metal, not wired.
Okay.
Will
Lumora
I be
is
able to get my
taller than
legs
it.
up there?
Lumora is like taller than it. How tall is Clover again?
God.
If I remember,
Listen.
isn't he like 6 something?
No, he was 6 something when he was female.
Okay.
He's much bigger now. I would say he's probably around Lamora's height.
Around 8. Actually, I think we have talked about this before. Yeah, like
I
around
think he's
8
like
feet.
8 or 9 feet tall. Yeah, he's
I
pretty
think
tall.
I think we discussed that he was 8 feet at this point. So you're also taller than it by like a foot. Anicia, you're shorter than it because you're short. So,
Yeet.
are you actually eating Anicia?
Well, look at Anicia and be like, should I throw you?
Throw me?
Yes, over the gate.
I
I'm not
guess
hearing a
I
no.
could try.
Well, another
Yeet.
option is that she could get on my back and I could climb over the gate.
Not nearly as fun. I throw her.
Are you-
Wait. There's another option. Let's go with that one.
So you're gonna grab and try and throw her as she begins talking and like saying, wait.
Yep.
Yeah, no, she's flailing around.
Okay. I will have Anicia make me a acrobatics check, contested by Lumora. Make me a strength throw, like a straight strength, not a saving throw.
It will behave.
What did
Wow.
you get?
Wow.
Beautiful.
What did you get? Ah, I see. Natural ones from both of them, folks. You go to try and grab Anicia. Anicia, you begin to, wiggle to try and get out of her grasp. And all that really happens is you go to grab her, you trip over a rock, and you two just kind of fall. So, like, Lumora, you fall on top of Anicia as if, like, you had just tackle hugged her.
Why did you move?
A whole lot of nothing really happened. Clover, they just kind of fell over like a couple of chuckle fucks, basically.
He's shaking his head.
Why did you move? We had a
What's other
plan.
options?
But that
Didn't
wasn't the
involve me
plan.
But I didn't want to be yeeted.
Then you should have said no.
Alright, you have 3 seconds to get on my back, otherwise I'm climbing over the gate.
Lamore, get the fuck up.
3.
Laura's just looking at her like, I ain't climbing on him, and just starts
2.
climbing over the fence. Like, fuck that
Okay,
shit.
Nicia runs over. She's like latches onto him. She's like, please.
All right. I will need Clover to make me an acrobatics check with disadvantage because you were carrying Anicia along with all of your gear. And Lamora, you go ahead and do it regularly, no disadvantage.
Hey, 13 at disadvantage and 13 at 13 at normal. So either way, flat
13.
dice.
Uh, so 13 just normal?
Yeah.
So, Clover, it's a bit of a bumpy ride. You weren't used to it. You began to climb as she got onto your back and started like just fucking gripping you so that she wouldn't fucking fall. It was a very heavy weight shift. Compared to most of your gear, you're carrying a lot on you already. So suddenly Anicia's full body weight and all of her gear also getting held onto you. You begin to like kind of fall back, but you're able to like hold hard enough onto the handlebars and like begin like pulling yourself over. It takes a little bit, but you are able to do it, but it is a bit of a rough landing as you kind of finally vault over. You kind of like lose your grip a bit. You don't fully fall onto your back and like, crush her underneath you, but you do kind of scrape up your knee a bit. Um, Lumora, on the other hand, Lumora goes to try and climb over it, and she grabs like near the top. She's tall enough to be able to do this, so she grabs like the top right under the spikes to begin hoisting herself over, and she begins to vault over, and then she kind of gets stuck at the top. Like there's no spikes pressing into your stomach. It's like the flat piece between them, but you were like wedged between it, like on your stomach.
Um. Hmm.
Would you like to attempt an acrobatics check to get out of it?
I shall try to shimmy my way out. Yes.
If I see another natural one.
I know. I'm sitting here like, don't do it to
Okay.
me.
15.
15.
15, you're able to. You get stuck for a few seconds as like they tumble over and fall. So you begin. Okay.
As she lands, she just kind of like pats her sides, looking at her hips, and just goes, maybe I should probably lay off the cookies. I think my hips might be getting a little too big.
Yeah, so you're able to kind of shimmy your way out, like as they had made their rough landings when you got stuck, but you're able to kind of like huh, 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 move your way through and then like put enough weight down on the top that you're able to like plunk off of it and land on your hooves on the other end.
Okay, and we start booking it to wherever we think it
He
might.
doesn't even let Anissa get off his back. He just takes off running.
Yeah. You two, so you two, Lumora and Clover, you guys begin running, speed walking, whatever. Anicia, you're on their back. You guys travel for about an hour or so. I'm going to go ahead and change the time so that it's more on track on the map because I forgot to do so. Time skip to here, and it would be about 1300 o'clock now. So you guys begin traveling out. About an hour later, you begin crossing fields and little sections to help section off like acres of land. You see a farm in the far distance, but closer to that, about, a few yards away, you see what looks like a teepee. It's a really small one, probably one that would traditionally house like a gnome or a halfling, maybe a dwarf if he's skinny enough. Made entirely of big leaves, sticks, and very dirty rope to hold it all together.
Do you think that's where the Mudman lives?
Is there supposed to be a new map on Roll20?
There is not, no. You don't have to look
Oh,
at
okay.
Roll20. You probably won't have to look at it for this session, if I had to guess.
Okay. Boop.
So if you want to use just D&D Beyond for your character sheet, because that's where you have it set it up, that's perfectly fine.
Perfect. Okay.
So do we think that's where the Mudman Mudman lives? The Dirt Man?
I mean, there's only one way to find out if we go there.
I'm gonna go up and I'm gonna knock.
You go ahead and you go knob. It has like those little flaps to open up, so you like begin to like put your hand up against it, and as you do, you see it begin rustling. So as your hand goes to press on it, a long slanted nose comes out, and you just like press onto the nose.
Boop.
And the rest of the face slowly peers out. It's Ulma. He's just looking at you, very like,
Hey, Oma.
hi.
I was told that we were supposed to meet with like the trash man, but I don't know if this is where he lives. Is he like your neighbor? Is there another hut?
Ulma just kind of sighs and he puts his face back in and he opens it up. Inside of the TP is not what inside of the TP should look like. Rather, you are met with what is best explained as a giant ballroom almost. Think like Beauty and the Beast, in that ballroom that Belle and Beast dance. It's like the size of that. Just a big old open space made of like marble and glass kind of combined together to make the floor. Bunch of tables and chairs set off to the side, kind of like pressed up against it. And Ulma kind of signifies for you three to come on in. You do see Rune and Rivet inside of there with Jerry unwrapped with like a tiny handkerchief over his junk, kind of hiding himself down there, but otherwise fully exposed, so that you can see like his main chest, his arms, his legs, all of it.
So we're back. How's he looking?
He's missing organs. And you guys did too good a job of healing him. I can't find the bombs.
Well, I think it's best to say that we could I try making a medicine check to maybe see if like I can tell which organs might be missing?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and make. Since you are a cleric, I'd say you can roll this with advantage, especially because you are someone who's worked a lot with bodies before. You remind me a lot more of like a mortician almost with how you work with bodies.
Natural 2023.
So with a 23, yeah, you're able to you begin like laying your hands around, kind of pressing down on his chest, his arms, his legs, just getting a good feeling. You are able to kind of pin out and point out where the bombs are. You can see that there's probably two inside of each of his arms, about one kind of not in his heart area, but like his upper stomach. And then you kind of like use one hand to raise him up, feel his back. You can find two more kind of near his spine. Organ wise, it seems like all of the vital stuff is there. Like he's not missing a heart, he's not missing his like intestines or anything. He clearly still has a brain, but it does seem like some of the more minor stuff, things that would traditionally be donated out to like hospitals, stuff like kidneys and livers and whatnot.
His gallbladder,
His
his
gallbladder.
kidney,
Spleen.
He
his
is definitely missing them.
he's missing his appendix, which is fine. We don't know what that thing's for anyway. Probably better that he didn't have it.
But feeling all of this, you know that this man, he's alive right now, but he probably won't be for too long. Either the bombs could set him off, or he might just die due to a lack of stuff.
All right. So we need to start fixing him up.
I forgot I was muted.
You're all good.
Do I know what he might need in order to survive? Because the player themselves is blanking out on this, like,
Anatomy. What the fuck is that?
He definitely
know-
needs.
I
He
know
definitely
doctor.
needs his kidneys.
Yeah.
Definitely
One.
needs his kidneys.
At least one. You at least need one kidney.
At least just one.
Kidney, liver, definitely will need.
You know that you're going to have to find a way to replace his organs, or at the very least, if you can find a way to save him, try to get the bombs out first, so that if you can remove the bombs, then you can worry about the organs missing, so he doesn't at least die via explosions.
Okay,
But
so
for him
Lamora
not
is
to
going.
explode.
Lamora's going to get out, start reaching through her bag and pull out pull out her vestments that like normal clerics would have, but she's fashioned into like an apron, and she starts wrapping herself. She's like, "Okay, so I might need to perform a little bit of surgery. No big deal. No big deal.
I'm
I'm not used to getting things out of people that are wanting to stay alive, but you know, we make do."
Ghost,
She
did you have something to add real quick before Lumora continues?
if I can get the resources or use whatever spare parts I usually use to make my turrets and shit, would like to use. This is dumb, but fuck it, we're into dumb of it. Would like to potentially try and make some possible prosthetic organs for him, just in case.
So you'd like to start tinkering using whatever scrap you have to try and make like
Yep.
possible, at least temporary replacements before you can get something else?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, I'd say probably not like right where they are, but it's an open ballroom. You have plenty of space. You're able to kind of like move off to the side. Um, anyone who's looking at Rivet, you see him begin like pulling out a bunch of like tools, scraps, leftover material, and he begins to like work on something. It looks like he's hard at work, focusing, just trying to craft something up. Lamora, go ahead, continue.
Sorry, I was coughing.
You're good.
Lamora is going to start looking around for anything she might need, like any sharp blades, anything that she can use as like things to open up, and essentially surgery tools.
Yeah. So, like a scalpel, some tweezers, whatever have you, anything that's going to help open him up, keep the wound open enough that you can kind of clean up the area, try and find the best route to taking the bombs off, and then closing
Just
it
to make
back
sure
up
like they're all
clean
clean
enough.
up. Yeah, just to make sure like all of the equipment's like clean and stuff. As she's just like, uh-oh.
We're just gonna go to hand you the dagger she's got in her waist, and it's just gonna slip out of her hands, and you're just gonna see her stare at it.
Actually,
How am I
I would
supposed
like
to
to
get
use
back up now?
the feature right tool for the job to make some surgical tools.
Okay. Yeah. Is there anything in specific you have to do that, or are you just
Nope,
able to?
is no action. They just disappear once they're no longer being used.
Okay. How long do they last?
Does not say.
Okay. So are you going? How do you want to do it? Like, are you going to present it to them, or like tell them like
I
they might
imagine
have
he.
a
I
way?
imagine he takes out like this excessively oversized Swiss Army knife that pulls apart, and he presents them with what they need.
Okay. So you're talking like not like a switchblade, but like those like every tool kind of things.
The Omni Tool survival knife, but in this case, he pulls out one that's medical based, and he just twists the end of it that holds them together, and they just.
Lamora's gonna ask like Clover and like Anicia to start getting like towels and stuff, getting bandages and stuff prepped to like use to press on any bleeding parts of him and stuff. And she's just like, preparing for surgery. Hot water to help sterilize the tools. Yeah.
Like, I'm counting on you, Anicia. Please, at least get the bombs out of his body.
It says it takes 1 hour to do, so I imagine he was doing this as they were traversing to get here.
Yeah, I could see that making sense. Like you were on Rune's back, so.
I'm just looking at the other two like, okay, let's do this. Lamora puts her hair up.
All right. Do the other two go and try and get whatever they can to act as like rags and towels?
Yeah.
I have any spells that could help me with this? What am I going to be rolling? I have Murderous Command!
I have 2 uses of Cure Wounds if you need them.
What is
Sorry.
what is the medicine check? Medicine check is wisdom.
Wisdom.
Okay. So I'm also gonna cast at second level. I'm gonna cast enhance ability. Where is it? Owl's wisdom on Lamora.
Yeah.
Alright.
Sorry, I'm
No,
also
what am I doing?
messaging Anne because she
There
thinks
it
she
goes.
might be on her period. Weirdly enough, which should not be the case. Because of like Plan B and everything, but I'm not gonna go too much into it. So mine's slightly distracted, telling her that we can talk more when she gets home because her Wi-Fi is real bad. So you two are so you cast Owl's Wisdom, correct?
Yes. So
So
she has advantage on all wisdom checks.
okay, and that's for how long?
That is for 1 hour. It's concentration.
All right. Lamora, with advantage, you can make any like wisdom-based checks to go ahead and do this.
Mhm.
As Clover's doing this, Anicia, I take it you're like gathering towels and whatever to go ahead and
Yeah, any like cloth that looks good.
I'm going to.
Also, essentially druid crafting a little campfire going, to boil some water, start disinfecting some cloth.
yeah.
I'll
And
take 1 moment out of my tinkering to take some of the leather that would be used to sharpen some of the tools, and I'm going to put that into Jerry's mouth so that he doesn't bite his tongue.
okay, and even Olma, like he has like his own little satchel full of shit, so he'll go ahead, he'll rummage through it. He doesn't really have a whole lot of like clean shit because he's not a surgeon, he's a druid. But he does have at least mostly clean like bedroll. There's no dirt or anything on it, so that they can use it to like put underneath him, and anything that drips out like drips onto there at the very least, or they can rip off parts of it and use as like bandaging.
Lamora's
Lumora,
going to make a small prayer
yeah,
to the goddess that she was chatting with, like, hey, buddy, remember how I helped you? I could use a little help myself.
make me a religion check.
And a percentile roll.
14.
Yeah.
Um,
My rolls are shit tonight.
14 honestly isn't that bad. Let me double check and see what her name was. Okay. So you go ahead
Diana.
as you go ahead and you begin getting ready to do the surgery. You give like a small prayer. You direct it towards Riri, the goddess that you met with a few nights ago, and you do feel something come back at least as you send a prayer out. Keep a d6 on standby. You have inspiration.
Awesome.
So go ahead and make me a medicine check with advantage to go ahead and begin your surgery.
All right. Guidance.
Guidance is a bonus action. Go ahead. Ooh.
Adding that. 23.
Yeah, 23. So where do you begin working? You're working on his chest, his arms, back.
His chest, his head right now, because if she's essentially going to work with the chest, the head, the chest, and then go for limbs, because limbs can be replaced. Chests and stuff cannot.
Okay.
So get the shit out quickly.
The head first. You see that although he had a lot of bruising, a lot of like cuts and stuff, there doesn't seem to be any bombs directly on his head, not on his forehead or anything. The closest bomb that you have is on his chest. So I'll keep that roll and say it applies for this, for the chest instead. So after double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking his head to make sure there's absolutely nothing, you go ahead, you move down to his chest. You move to the one directly in, like, at the upper stomach. You begin cutting it open. You use whatever utensils you have to kind of keep the wound open so that it doesn't try and close on you. And after feeling around, you're able to like make a good incision where the bomb is, and you see the rune glowing back at you. You begin cleaning up around the area. The rune itself is not just any old rock with a sigil engraved into it. No. You begin looking around and you can see that this is attached to something. It seems that this rune has a little connecting rod connected to one of his ribs, or at least parts of his ribs to kind of keep it in place. But it looks like with enough force, maybe with like some tweezers or whatever, you might be able to sever the connection. Go ahead and make me Arcana check, and I believe that's Wisdom as well, so you get advantage on it.
It's intelligence.
Ah, shit.
And I have a -1. 3.
So you go ahead, you take
Oh wait, I have
notice.
guidance.
You do have guidance. And you have inspiration.
I was like, is anybody else good in Arcana that is
I am.
nearby?
11.
Oh, actually, 11.
Oh.
So with an 11, you're able to kind of, you begin pressing your fingers very gently onto like the little connecting rod. You're using, whatever magic you have to try and connect to the magic flowing to the glyph. See if there's like a break point where maybe you can use the tweezers and snap it off, disconnect it from the rod. And it takes a little bit, but you are able to find just one area where the magic isn't as strong. Hoping for a Hail Mary, you go ahead, you take like some clippers, you place it, you snap, and nothing happens. In fact, you see that the rune begins to lessen its glow. It's not
She
fully
lets out
like
the
off.
biggest exhale.
It's not completely off, but it is at least disconnected from his bones.
You see her take the biggest exhale as she begins to move and start to do the other stuff.
Mm-hmm. After disconnecting it, you give a good exhale, you recollect your thoughts. And it takes you, I'd say, about 10 minutes, because you're very careful, you're trying to be precise, you're not wanting to fuck this up. You are successful in grabbing this rune out of his stomach, pulling it off, pulling it out, making sure that nothing else is trying to connect to it, like you're wiping away any blood, making sure that none of the inside stuff is, trying to go out. So after about 10 minutes, you're able to successfully take the rune out of it. And what do you do with this? Essentially a bomb.
She's gonna look over at everyone like, plate to place this on. Carefully place it on.
Ulma will scamper over to one of the tables to grab some dishes, and he brings them over. Small stack of like differing sizes of plates that she can use.
Really wish I had the alchemical servant.
Carefully places it down and goes, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and do the next one. Someone do something about that. I might be magical, but I don't do well with the rune stuff.
Just a reminder, Rivet, you were not directly right there. You stepped away to go tinker, so you would not be there for this.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately.
Well, thankfully, we happen to have an artificer with us. Where did he go?
Where did he go?
You look over, and can you describe like what does it look like Rivet's working on?
So I heard his kidney and his liver was missing. So what he's currently making, because you can survive without a kidney. I don't know how many are missing, but the liver is something else. So he's making like this small pouch that has like this little clockwork self winding pump to it, attached to a tube that will be pumping out unneeded stuff and a little filter vent on the side that he's now attaching to the tube.
So
And he's making an artificial liver.
I look over and see him fiddling with a bag.
Rune, I'd say go ahead, make me an. You know what? You also make me an Arcana check.
Oh! 19!
19. So at first it looks like he's just fiddling with a bag, but your eyes are able to focus a bit more, and you begin kind of piecing together some puzzles. You see what Rivet is trying to work on. It seems like he's trying to make at least a temporary liver so that, Jerry can use it until you can get like a full replacement.
Rivet, well, I appreciate you making the man new organs. What do we do with the bombs? Did you just buffer?
No, just
This man
no,
just
'cause
like
he
short circuited.
Connected a wire wrong, okay? He got a little shock.
God. So what is Rivet doing?
No, he thought they were just ruins attached to their bones. So when he said bones, he's like, but what?
If I wasn't so sure that this would kill all of us here, I would throw this at you.
Bring it here.
Do you bring,
Just, get up, hand it over to him.
she hands you a
I
plate.
look over to Oma. How deep does your place go?
He looks off to the far corner of the dining room. Give or take about 80 feet.
Because your
There's
plan
cattle
to
in
just,
the distance.
yeah, I was gonna say, was
Right.
your plan to just throw it and then let it blow up somewhere else?
Yeah. He's gonna soccer kick this thing.
I mean, we could just like have him take it outside into the field.
That's what I was going. I was trying to take it to a safe distance and try to disarm it there.
So, Rivet, I guess you also now make me an Arcana check now that you have the bomb, so you can see what
I
you can
have-
tell.
I have advantage.
You would not. Again,
Like,
these
ruins?
types. Again, so we had like talked about this back when the fight was happening.
Okay.
These weren't runes that you typically worked with.
Okay. Ready? Skibida, wish me luck.
Don't die.
Try to not drag the cows
Oh.
into it.
25. You got a 25 on that. So as you're handed this plate, it contains, rather than just engravings in his skin or on his bones. No, this thing looks like the size of a good big rock. Like something you'd go outside, pick up with your hands. It'd like fill your hands with the rock. So this thing is hefty. And on the front of it, it is engraved with markings that you are not familiar with, but all the same, you know what those markings are for. You may not be able to fully read it, but you know that these things have a very, very fragile nature to them. Just the wrong thing could possibly set it off, such as whoever it's attached to dying. If they died, it would blow up. If they were pressed on too hard, it would blow up. But you know that there is a way to deactivate it. It's very meticulous, but it is possible. I mean, hell,
And I
this isn't even the
deactivate it.
biggest type of bomb you'd ever seen. You know that these things can get even bigger. These things can get to the size that it would level an entire city, let alone a district.
So I have two questions.
Yep.
What is the difficulty between deactivating it versus changing the circumstances of which it activates?
changing basically altering how it would blow up would be near impossible. It might be something that some of your guildmates would be able to do, but you weren't ever like with any one of them for too long enough for them to ever go into this type of thing. It wasn't really something your guildmates ever went into, so you know you probably couldn't do this, but deactivating it, that's a different story. You think you might have a decent shot at trying to deactivate this. I mean, it's a rune at the end of the day, so you know if you just make the right right cuts and just disable the glyph in the right place, you should be able to, turn it off and make it
All right,
inert.
a question: if Oma made me a decently thick enough dome inside of here, would that console the blast?
To make a home?
Dome.
A dome.
You know, like how army folks put like a dome shell over a grenade to hold in the blast?
So with a 25, you do know that, so although you've never used the spell yourself, you've heard of this spell. You do know that no other terrain changing kind of spells could work inside of here, but maybe if you guys went outside, you'd be able to.
I take a good few. I take a walk before I do this because I want to kill them.
Yeah, so are you asking Ulma to go with you?
Yeah.
You go ahead and ask for Ulma to join you. And he'll go ahead and nod his head. He'll grab his shit and he'll follow you outside. And you guys will walk for probably not too long, maybe 5 minutes away from the TP. He'll go ahead, he'll use his fingers, he'll trace a large circle on the ground. And after he does so, you see the dirt itself begin to rise up and kind of close in, making like a dome, more like an igloo shape so that you can put the bomb on the inside.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to use magical tinkering, which lets me create one little minor magic item thingy to pull out one of these little tiny, almost shardic little electric crystals that I use like backup batteries for my spells and shit. And I hook that onto like this little clip pincher thing that he just attaches to his shoulder for a light. And I will create a little light source for 5 feet.
All right.
I don't know what you have, Mags. Plus, you're the one doing the operation. And I will go about disarming this thing.
All right. Go ahead and roll me Arcana. 22. With a 22, you go ahead, you almost army crawl a little bit. You get down onto like your knees so you can like stick your body a little bit inside of the dome. Your hands reached out with the bomb, the light giving you enough light that you're able to focus in on it. You work at it for a few minutes, and suddenly fucking Premiere Pro is trying to open. What the fuck? You hit it just hard enough on the back that you see the little blade you were using pierce through the stone, and it severs the glyph itself. And you see any glow that the bomb had previously disappear.
Quick scuttle back out from underneath it. Keep this here, we might need it.
Ulma will go ahead and nod, and he'll like kind of keep his gnarled hand on like the entrance to it. We will go back over to Lumora. Is Anicia, Rune, and Clover doing anything during this time?
Don't know if there's anything I
I'm
can do.
doing, whatever Lamora tells me to do.
I
Did
will
you say
find
heal up?
Arcana.
I said I don't
Oh
know
wait,
if
I'm not.
there's anything I can do.
You're
And then
dabbing Lamora's forehead.
You can throw the bombs when we eventually need to chuck them out into the fields.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, get your throwing arm ready. Start stretching.
what was Anicia doing?
Kind of just,
Is she just there?
yeah, just
Moral
there, just being like, you got this, Lamora! Please don't kill us!
You know what? We're holding down his arms and legs because there's no way he's just sitting still this whole time.
No, for a brief moment
True.
he did pass out, but I'd say after you got, you did his stomach. Did you close it? Like you made sure to close it back up?
Of course.
Okay.
I'm not gonna leave that open.
Listen, the way you worded it, I don't know. You could have just like opened it up, took the bomb out. All right, onto the arms.
No, so there's 2 in his chest area, right?
There was 1 in his stomach, 2 in each of his arms, and 2 on his spine.
Okay. Okay, so she would focus again on, like, she got the one out of his stomach, sewed him up, and then she essentially had them roll him over because, again, you can live without your arms. Your chest area, your torso is what is needed to be focused on at the moment before we start doing the organ replacement.
All right.
Your arms blow up, sucks, but you live.
You go ahead and you stitch up his stomach, and as you roll him up, you roll him over, you kind of put him on his stomach, his arms still stretched out, almost like a snow angel pose. You can hear that he begins to stir.
Then you go back to sleep, go back to sleep.
He's fucking punch him, knock him out.
Clover, anesthesia.
Apply the knockout medicine, decks him.
Essentially, that's what Clover's here for. The anesthetic.
And as he begins to stir, Rune, you can, like, because you're holding on to him, you can feel him like he's about to start reacting. Do you do anything before, like, Clover maybe goes to knock him out?
Rune is going to hold his face and just very gently go, "Shh, it's okay, Jerry. We're just trying to fix you up, alright? I need you to not fight it, okay? Don't fight it. Alright, I'm here." Trying to be comforting, but she clearly doesn't know how to be.
I'm gonna
Huh?
Gonna interrupt really quickly because it sounds like they just got back because the dog's yapping
All right.
and might have to do groceries.
All right, you go ahead and do that. We'll say that this is all happening while he's still outside. So, as you begin, you try to like comfort him, and although you don't really do well with emotions, you can feel his body that was once beginning to tense up, which probably wouldn't have done very good. It gets to soothe out a little bit, and Clover, because I imagine you're kind of like at the front of him, where his head is, you can see the leather that was put into his mouth begin to like curl up a bit, like he's biting down onto it. And he will like very, very gently kind of shake his head, like, okay, keep going.
Clover's gonna walk over and take a free hand of Jerry and lean down and say, "I'm very strong. So squeeze as hard as you need to, I promise. Even if you hurt me, squeeze as hard as you need to."
He'll go ahead and he'll nod his hand, like, not his hand, not his head.
Mhm.
The leather in his mouth, one hand kind of like, in your hand, and his other hand kind of like right by Rune. I'd say kind of by one of your spider legs, not on it, but like near enough, close enough to it that you can feel maybe like the side of his pinky finger brushing up against it.
She's gonna take his other hand in one of her pedipalps as she's like stroking his hair.
And as that happens, Mags, go ahead and make me another medicine check.
I don't wanna.
Come on, Max. Advantage. You have advantage in guidance. Guidance is a... Yes. a bad game of Operation, but with bombs instead of little electric shocks.
So that is 11.
11. Would you like to use your inspiration, or did you already use it?
I used it for the Arcana thing.
Did you roll your second dice for advantage?
It did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
11 total. So with an 11, you go, because you're working on the spine now, you're working on his back, so you begin to make indents, very gently, kind of poking at certain areas down his spine to like show where the incisions will be. And as you go to begin cutting in, for a brief moment, you begin to lose grip of the knife, so it like kind of cuts off edge for the briefest of moments, and you can feel him begin to like tense up a little bit, but as soon as you've regained control of it, you begin making the incision down. You can see that he's breathing very heavily. Like the and you'd hear these sounds if it wasn't for the fact that his mouth is filled with leather at the moment, so he can't make those sounds out loud.
How's he looking health wise?
So because when you guys restored him, I think you got him up to like what, 11, 12 HP? Because like you had like 3 of you guys all throwing health shit at him when you guys first found him. So these damages, they're not really, they don't seem to be too life-threatening at the moment, so he seems like he'll probably be okay as long as you don't, fuck up too badly with the surgeries.
Okay.
So as you make the incision, you're able to see the glowing runes on his spines. I'll think about that. You go ahead and you open up, you see these 2 rocks, much smaller than the last ones, kind of placed in between the little ridges on your spine. 2 of them. You do see that these ones don't happen to have any of the tubes that they normally have. At least the one on the other, like on his stomach. So these ones seem to be more fixed onto the spine itself. You go ahead and use your little scalpel. You kind of push one edge underneath one of them to get a good feeling for how it's feeling underneath it. It seems like there is no tube directly connecting it to the spine, thankfully.
Okay.
So go ahead, make me like thinking as D&D Beyond fucking takes forever to load. Yeah, go ahead and make me a sleight of hand.
Mm.
Can I assist?
What's your passive?
My passive?
Yeah, what's your
Like
passive?
perception? It's
Insight.
17. Insight, oh, it's 11.
No.
No,
If your
insight's 11.
perception 17, roll with
Yeah, my
advantage,
perception is
Max.
17. You got this. Let's
Roll with
save this man's
advantage.
life.
Let me get that D4. 20.
Dirty 20. I'll have this apply for both. So you feeling that there's
sweating.
nothing underneath, you take out a different scalpel. This one much smaller, almost similar to that of like a paint scraper. And you begin to slowly kind of fix it underneath the runes. And you take a deep breath. And then you like push down on it and you pop out the rune from between his 2 spines. And like almost reactionary, Anicia, you're able to like catch it in your hand. You were like, it's like it was going like right towards your face, so you catch it with your hands. Lumora, you do it again to the second one, a big deep breath before popping it out. This time, Clover, you're the one to catch it with your other free hand. You 2 are now both holding these bombs that are still active. Do you want to put them down on the plate?
Well, they're trying to figure out what they're gonna do with these bombs. Can I use my my winter powers to like numb the areas where he's being surgery on.
Yeah, I'd allow it. I'd allow it.
I was like, I'm not sure if this will help, but
I'll say that, so you're not really casting like a spell or anything, so you're not doing cold
no,
damage,
it's
but
just
you
like
are able to, you can use your fingers, you kind of trace along his skin and whatnot very gently, and as your finger goes down, it leaves this cold sensation, colder than, you would normally feel in like a snow storm or whatever, maybe around that same area, but fastening up the numbing process that you feel when you're out in the cold underprepared, so it numbs up the area so he doesn't feel as painful as it really is doing to his body. With that, you're able to stitch his spine back up and, keep it contained. And now you have his two arms. You can, I'd say, Lumora and Clover, you're able to put it down onto one of the smaller petri dishes, while Ulma and Rivet are outside taking care of the one big one.
How
so we
much
we roll him back over, I guess.
how much smaller are these ones?
I'd say so that one was like a big, imagine like a big rock. These ones I'd say are the size of maybe almost the size of like a pine cone or like a bigger pine cone. I don't know if you've seen how big pine cones can get, but they can get to be
So
pretty fucking chunky.
so the
Yeah, they
explosion
put
wouldn't be huge off of them since we were already experienced the fish guy getting exploded.
Yeah. These one it seems like if all of these bombs exploded, it would be enough to deal like, whole city block levels of damage. But this one, these small ones, if you chucked them, they'd probably have like maybe enough of an impact to blow up like a room or like the base level of a house, but definitely
So
not
like a
extreme.
basic grenade.
Yeah, like a basic grenade, which still is deadly because it would do a lot of damage to those inside of the room, but the radius wouldn't be as big.
Okay.
Um, Anisi is actually going to take these since Rivet's dealing with the big one, and walk outside with both of these out into a different area in the field.
Yeah,
go
so
bury them.
as you walk outside, you can see like to the left of it, you see Rivet and Olma. It seems like Olma made like a mini dirt igloo, and Rivet is like halfway inside of it, probably working on the bomb itself. So at least there's a container for it. So you would like to go
Okay.
the other way?
Yeah, go away from them. Um,
Some more towards the right?
yeah, any direction just away from them, where there's not much else around.
Are you?
And we're in a field, right? So there's like grass and all kinds of other things,
Yeah,
plants.
this is mostly a grazing field for cows. You can see probably like 45 minutes to an hour behind you guys, like not to the city, but the other way. There is like a farm and like some house, like a small house, but like a big barn that probably contains animals. These don't seem to be like your typical crop fields, just regular old grazing fields that you guys are in.
Is there any kind of like bigger plants around?
I wouldn't say not directly nearby. You can see a tree probably like 20 minutes away if you were walking, maybe 10 to 15 if you're running.
Hmm,
Would you like to try and chuck them?
I don't trust myself chucking
But it'd be funny. No.
them. No, she's gonna kind of walk out, go into a field, walk away, and
Yeah.
cast plant growth.
Okay. Are you doing just like on the field itself?
Yeah,
All right.
try and kind of bury these under some pressure just to explode them under a bunch of plants.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and you place them on the ground and you cast plant growth. Go ahead and spend your spell slot to do so. And as you cast it, the grass and the small like twigs and maybe dropped berries or whatever on the ground begin to grow. The grass grows really, really long, and they begin kind of like folding over where the bombs are, kind of like matting it over. Um, you see like some of the sticks on the ground begin to largen out almost into like a circular shape, kind of making also like a dome. It begins like covering the area like a campfire, and inside of it is all the big grass kind of circling out where the bombs are. Some of the rocks, as everything is moving around, they begin to tumble. So you step back as the plant growth, starts taking its work, and as the rocks kind of fall into the center, you see the rocks at the top just explode. Um, these rocks just fucking light up. A mini fire starts, but nothing too dangerous. You're pretty sure if you just stomped on it a few times, they would go out, but it seems like the bombs have, well, bombed.
My work here is done.
Are you gonna leave the fire?
Just gonna just nonchalantly just walk back inside.
So you are leaving the fire.
Well, no, Druidcraft, just snuff that out.
Okay.
I'm back. Who's not dead? Sound off.
I don't think any of us are dead yet.
I thought we were all just gonna
Yeah.
stay silent and be like, oh well, they're all dead.
That's
Man.
What if-
I was just gonna like look to the side, like,
Who's
yeah,
gonna tell
we're
him?
all dead.
So Rivet, basically
Mhm.
during the time that you're inside of the tube, like working on it, you can hear what sounds like a mini explosion, not inside the TP, but from the outside, and then someone walking. But before you pull out, Olma's just like, it was the colorful one. She took care of 2 small bombs. She's fine.
Oh.
Oh, thank God. You can see that he is visibly shaking at this point.
I'd say around now is when you get rid of you're able to disable the bomb, so you're able to pull yourself out. Olma will give you a nod, and you guys will kind of walk in shortly after Anicia does. At this time, this is when Lumora, you would begin working on the arms. So you know what I need you to do.
Just automatically succeed.
Yeah,
obviously.
totally. Chop chop.
Have I reunited with the rest of them?
I'd say so. Once this roll is made, you'll be able to reunite with them.
Can I bang these bombs? I'm just.
Roll
I was
the
about to say,
dice,
if I was
aka
in
roll
there,
the bombs.
I was gonna say,
21.
if I was in there.
Hold on.
Oh.
22. Guidance is beautiful.
Guidance is very nice to make the 21 a 22.
Yes.
And Ghost, what are you doing?
I was going to say, if I was in there, I would have probably, because now that I know that they're bombs, would have focused on helping with the disarming of bombs.
Yeah. So Lumora with a 22, kind of like a bit of an adrenaline rush just from all of this happening, and then the slight nick you had on the spine. You are laser focused. So you begin feeling on his arm. You can feel one kind of like right by his shoulder, maybe near the top of his bicep, and then you feel a bit further, and then you can feel the other one is kind of closer to his elbow. You can tell that it's the same for both sides. Would you like to roll a medicine check to cut open the other side as well, just so you have them both exposed?
Yes, because I don't want I don't know if these two are attached.
Yeah. So you're gonna go ahead. 14 and
16.
16 total. Yeah. The second one you aren't as focused on, but you do know the general location of them because it seems to be a mirror of the other side. But overall, you're able to safely cut open the other arm. Jerry himself, one arm on Clover, you feel his grip tighten. Clover, what is your strength modifier and what is your con modifier?
Strength modifier is +3, con is 0.
Okay. Because his is +5 and +5. So, this man has really fucking weird stats because of something. So
He is the Giga Chad.
he grips onto your hand, and you can tell that this man, if he really wanted to, could probably break your hand as he's holding it because of how hard this man's gripping. You can tell that this man has a lot of strength, but it doesn't seem like he's really using it to. Obviously, he's not trying to fight you. He's just trying to help keep the pain elsewhere. You can see his mouth like fucking tensed up as he's fucking biting down on this thing. And over on the pedipalp, you can see his hand begins twitching. You know, it seems like he wants to grip down, but he's a bit more scared to grip onto you, Rune, at least the pedipalp part of you. Um, but you can see his legs beginning to like, I wouldn't say fully shift, but like they're tensing up. Like he wants to kick his legs in frustration so badly, but he just can't. Uh, as
Did we roll him back onto his back, or is he still on his stomach?
I'd say you guys still have him on his back because it's a lot easier to access the shoulder and the elbow area compared to when he's on his stomach. Or when he's on his back. So he's still on his stomach, like laying face down the way you had him when you were doing his spine.
I'm gonna like move over to the side and use my spider legs to hold his legs out. She's practically just sitting on him at this point, just holding him still. It's just like you can't move, you can't move,
Like, I'm
Jared.
sorry.
It's up in webs.
Um,
It was like, I know it hurts. I'm trying my best. You know, she's still like trying to numb the surgery areas.
Are you tempted at all to just bite down with all this blood?
Oh yeah, she has a mask on. That's why when like you guys when we first found him, the first thing she did was back out of the room and put a face mask on.
can I, Nevi, get you, as you do this, to roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Clover, be ready to fight Rune.
12.
12?
Yeah.
I'm going to cash in.
Would she?
Hold on. I'm going to cash in because one of our chatters was very kind enough to say that for all of this trouble, you get 1 inspiration die. So you may add
no.
1d6 to the saving throw if you would like.
Right, that's a 4, so that's 5. No, that was a 12. So it's 16 total.
All right. Thank you, Cece. 16. You can feel you can just feel the vampiric senses inside of you just sniffing all of this blood, holding on to him, especially because you were holding on to his hand and the blood was just that close to you. That it was like going just fucking crazy in your head. Like you were this close to just begin feasting on this man. But you held it together, and as you moved your body partially to like help hold down his legs, you're able to clear up your mind a little bit, but you begin to have a thought crossing your mind. A way that might be able to save him after these bombs are done. It's not something you think about doing very often. No righteous person like this would want to do this, but the idea of turning him comes to mind. Of making him at least a spawn of you so that he doesn't die due to a lack of intestines or something.
And it's a good thing she is wearing a mask.
So back to Lumora, as you open up his arms and you're able to, have the runes poking out, you can see that these ones are in fact fixed onto his bones, unlike the ones on his spine, which were kind of like placed in there, fitted inside of it. These ones do seem to be fixed, attached to them with those same little wires. I say wires, but you understand what I'm saying. Kind of connected to the bones.
No, I don't explain. I'm joking.
Okay. It seems
I don't know, so do explain.
they're basically like small little, I say metallic, little metallic rods that are like connected, almost kind of going into the bone, but not like, full plunging into the middle of them. So it's connecting the bone to the bomb.
Okay.
So you see this again, you begin feeling around. It seems like it's primarily to the ones on his shoulder that these are attached to. The one closer to his elbow, not as much. It seems a bit more loose down there. You could probably get that out with just a little bit of wiggling it away. Very carefully, of course, but you could do it. But the ones on his shoulders may prove to be a bit harder.
Okay.
I would like for you to make me a sleight of hand check twice. Not with advantage.
Twice?
Yeah, you need to roll them individually. One for each shoulder.
7 for the first one.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
And
16 for the second one.
yeah.
So the 16 one, you do it to his left shoulder. You're able to disconnect the rods, just enough that it does inert the power just a little bit and makes it easier for you to go ahead and pluck out of there. The ones by his elbows, those were easy enough, but these ones on the shoulders are the big problem ones. One of them you're able to disconnect and you're able to remove, but the other one you disconnect one rod of them, but the bomb shifts a little bit, not because he moved, but because you moved a bit too wrongly, and now it's covering where the second one is. It is dangerously close that if you like shifted it the wrong way, it might explode.
Lamora's gonna take a good deep breath. And so if it's gonna be another sleight of hand, right?
Yes, it was sleight of hand to do this.
Are we?
Lamora's
Yes.
gonna.
I was going to ask. I think I have proficiency in sleight. Can I give advantage?
I would say no
Do not.
because
Never
mostly
mind.
because Lumora is a hard focus on this. It would be hard to fit Rivet in there to do this.
Just trying to help.
Another prayer to the god as I go to.
Make
Gotta
me
do
a
this again.
religion check.
Forget your guidance.
20.
Dirty 20. You are able to, as I thought you were gonna send guidance on it, so I was like waiting, but I mean you have a dirty 20, so it doesn't matter. You're able to give another slight prayer to the goddess, and this time the prayer seems a bit more gracious. Like the first time it was faintly there, but this time it seems very overwhelming. You have a D12 to this next roll for an inspiration that you get to add. Would you like to make another sleight of hand check to try and disconnect it without
I'm
exploding?
already doing it.
You're already doing it?
17.
17. You take a few deep breaths and you begin to use your fingers to very, very slowly, almost like you're unscrewing it, moving the bomb just enough that you can see the other tube. You go ahead and use your scalpel and you pierce it through very slowly, like a knife through really fucking cold butter, just slowly going through it. But you're able to disconnect it, and you're immediately able to hand it, just grab it, move it, put it on the plate with the other four or the other three.
Does it look like it's about to go off at all?
No. It seemed like it might have started going to, but once you disconnected the other one, or once you disconnected
Then-
it died down a bit. They still are active, but they don't seem like they're in threat of exploding.
Then can I cast something on it?
What would you like to cast?
Read magic.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a cantrip. So guidance isn't on me at the moment.
All right.
It says that I can decipher magic inscriptions on objects that would otherwise be unintelligible. The deciphering does not normally invoke the magic's content in the writing, although it may do so in case of a cursed item or a trapped scroll.
Yeah.
Furthermore, once the spell is cast, you can read the magical inscription. You are therefore able to read that writing without having to recast it. And I can read at least one page, 250 words a minute. This allows me to identify a glyph warning, a greater glyph warning, and a symbol with different DCs.
All right.
Of an Arcana check.
You're basically using this as a way to help you read what kind of magic this might be?
Essentially.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll me Arcana check with this. As you try to, decipher it.
I don't think I made any of the DCs because it says glyph warding DC 13.
This one has its own one because it's not really any of those threes. I have a different.
Then it's just an 11.
The fact that you barely passed it, because the DC for this was a 10. So, with a 10, after you patch him up, I take it, of course.
Yeah.
Stitch him up, make him feel a little bit better. No more, giant incisions on his body. And once
give him a breather for a second.
Yeah, give him a breather. You can feel the leather kind of drop out of his mouth, and he just gives like a oh fuck. Oh.
Lamora also goes fuck as she reads this thing.
You go ahead and you begin reading these runes. These are not anything that you are familiar with, but you have read magic before. You've been encountering magic for 100 years at this point, considering your age. So you use any knowledge that you may have of past magical encounters to see if you can make sense of it. What languages do you speak again?
Common, Elvish, and Giant.
Common, Elvish, and Giant? Well, Rivet, remind me, you don't have Elvish, right?
I do.
I do. I'm pretty sure he does.
Rivet died.
Yeah, Rivet died.
Rivet blew up.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't. I think he has like Common Draconic. So, as you're reading this, Clover, now that you're able to kind of focus on it, you're not too focused on Jerry for the most part. You are able to at least decipher what the glyph is, or not is so much, but you know that it is writing. It is the writing, or at least the one symbol word for a word named Terra, Terra. With your read magic, so that's what both of you can read, just because you can read Elvish. And I guess Anicia can as well, but I'm not sure if Anicia is really focusing on it. Because Anicia has Elvish, right?
Yeah.
Would you say
she better?
I was gonna say, I almost forgot we have an Eladrin in the party.
Can the elf read Elvish?
Nah.
Joke's on all of you. Can't read it all.
Joke's on you. I'm not looking. I'm dead. I'm blind.
Got no pants.
So, damn. Those who can read Elvish, that you see the word Terra written on it, but for you, Mag, since you're trying to learn a bit more about it, you're trying to understand the magic, you're able to understand that this is a type of a weird fusion of schools of magic. It's both enchantment magic, but also evocation magic. Like someone mixed together a delayed fireball with what's a popular enchantment spell? I don't fucking know. Shield. They took two different schools of magic, they fused it together into creating this thing. Almost like storing a spell inside of it. Although they are not actually storing a spell inside of it. What else are you trying to look for?
If the spellcaster had left any type of signature thing, like I'm trying to remember how it's written down, trying to like memorize handwriting and stuff on this thing, so that in case I do see it again, I can tell.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be any other type of writing on it. You go ahead, you very carefully, flip over the rocks and everything. You're feeling your hands up all around it, trying to get any other sense. No, there isn't. However, Corgi, I need
Huh?
you to make me a history check with advantage.
It was the old lady all along.
In the library with the can. My dice hate me. It's 7.
That's with advantage?
Oh, advantage? Oh.
Yeah. 3.
15.
15. The word Terra, where could that be from? Then you remember. And you pull out a list that a man gave you very recently, the mayor. You begin looking over the page, and there is someone, a part of the guild, one of the founding members of the guild, named Terra, spelled the exact same way, Terra.
Well, one, Anicia looking at this is like, what a fucking idiot leaving their fucking name on this shit. Yeah, she's gonna relay that to everybody and let them know.
I got all the bombs, right?
Yep, you got all the bombs. She relays the name of Terra Glyth, Glith.
How long ago is said founding member?
What was that?
How long ago would it be to be said founding member? Like, should this person still be alive?
I mean, founding member would basically just mean ever since the guild rolled up in here, they were one of the original members to establish this guild.
They're
How
on
long
our
is the guild
hit
been around?
list, bro. They're on our hit list.
So Lamora is going to look at our wonderful little Jerry over here and just be like, so we have removed all the bombs, but now the problem is your organs. It's time to reopen up. She kind of like starts getting the scalpels again and do something about your organs.
Rune just like pulls Jerry into like her arms, just like, do you really have to do that right now? You're just all up in his insides already.
He kind of needs his organs, or otherwise he will die.
I don't know how long he's been in that table.
I mean, he's only been missing like what, a day?
2 days.
2 days.
Rune, can you get me another wisdom save?
Ah, shit! I did just put a bloody guy right close to my face. Fuck.
Lamora's just looking at you like, give me the man.
That's a 3.
Oh no!
That's a 3.
That's a 3. No, I had a whole speech and everything. God damn it.
Nevi or Rune, you begin. I'm trying to fucking scroll all the way down to it. There we go. As you hold him close, you begin to argue back. You all see Rune just fucking freeze. You can't see her facial expression, but all you see is the Spider-Woman freeze. And you can very faintly hear the sound of her heartbeat beginning to...
She doesn't have a heartbeat. She's a vampire.
She does right now. She's not fully undead.
Oh, okay.
She's not like she's not a vampiric race, remember?
It's just that it's just the anime effect, the pulse with the various
Yeah.
visions come off of her.
That's exactly what's happening. You guys can
That's
hear
exactly what it is.
her heartbeat begin to get louder and louder and louder and louder. Da-dum, 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 da-dum. As you hear Jerry also just let out a very faint, "Oh no. Oh God."
Oh
Rune,
yeah, Kool-Aid Man. I'm joking. Sorry.
Rune, you can feel it feels like your face is like trying to pull itself closer to Jerry, towards his shoulder where it was most recently just stitched up with those, the small tiny little trickles of blood sometimes escaping the stitches. Would you like to
Probably
try and
doesn't help that she's like squeezing it.
yeah, you're like holding on to him. You're almost juicing the man if you were like
He's a
holding
juice
him.
box.
He really is. What would you like to do? Are you gonna full on bite him, or do you want to do the other thing?
I would say because she doesn't. How much like control does she have right now?
With the three, not much. You have like a split reaction to pick. You are going to be tasting this man, but I, as the DM, am asking, is this the time that you want to do it, or do you just want to feast?
I would say she's gonna like whisper just enough that only he could hear and just go, "I'm sorry,"
Okay.
and turn him right then and there. So she's like gonna rip the face mask off and just bite into his neck and turn him.
Would you like to describe the process, or do you want me to?
You can do it.
You can. You guys watch as just in the blink of an eye, her face mask just flies off of her face. The speed at which she moved her head forward fucking rips it away from her. As you see two of her front teeth begin to grow and sharpen into blade-like daggers for teeth. They pierce into his shoulder. Not even on his full shoulder, kind of like that connecting bit between your neck and shoulder. They sink into him, but instead of, slurping sounds coming through, you can see almost what looks like a reversal. It seems like she's putting blood into him. And it's going through one tooth, and out of the other one, you can see some of his blood slowly begin to kind of coil around her other fang, going up into her mouth. As this is happening, you can see his body begin to twitch a little bit, but slowly his body stiffens out and stops moving. Only again for it to begin spazzing a little bit more. After maybe a
Rune?
minute of this, you release him.
The more over there looking for her spray bottle. Just did surgery on this man.
Rune releases him, and Jerry falls onto the ground. He seems to be twitching a little bit. Does anyone go to Jerry, or does everyone stay away?
Oh,
I imagine Riven's got his gun out, like, what the fuck is going on?
Laura's running over there. She just performed surgery on this man, and now he's being bitten. Like,
So as you rush forward, I take it this is like, oh, he's released now. You're gonna go to him as he's on the ground.
yes.
You rush over to him and you grab onto him, but his body, beforehand it was nice and warm because there was blood everywhere. You were opening him up. But now as you touch him, his body seems to have done a complete 180. This man is icy cold. There is no.
Spare the dying.
Are you actually going to try and spare the dying him?
Is he dead?
In a sense, he's not dead.
I mean, he's still twitching.
If he's still twitching, then I'm gonna check to see if he's, alive. Like, Lemore's gonna be checking his vitals.
you begin like pressing up against his throat, on his wrist, basically anywhere. There is no pulse coming through, but this man is moving. And after a few moments, like as you're checking him, you see him begin to breathe, like, very heavy, labored breathing, like he's trying to regain a breath that he just can't have.
Does
Four
Lamora
teeth jut out of his mouth.
No.
tell if he's turned undead?
He does seem to be.
Yeah, grave clerics can sense undead.
Yeah. He's been turned into a vampire spawn.
Lamora
I will
standing
totally
here.
say, just like when you look at Rune, you see she's like licking her lips, and she has like this most euphoric look on her face. Like she
Lamora,
just freaking had the best climax ever.
Lamora is like internally struggling with the fact that, like, yeah, you seem like you're having fun over there. I'm about to turn undead. This guy, is he about to be a problem? Are we about to kill a man that I just spent forever saving?
Oh yeah, is he about to do that whole freshly turned, gonna feast on everything thing?
He seems to be trying to like come to grasp with what the fuck just happened. And as Jerry's like shaking and everything, his eyes, he goes over and he looks at you, Clover. And you see him like begin to raise one of his shaky hands, and he points at his temple.
I clock him in the head.
You're gonna clock him in the head, Rivet?
I'm gonna lock him in the. I'm gonna pistol whip the fuck out of this man.
Go ahead and make me a melee weapon attack with it. I'd say with it.
Bilo, you're trying to say something? I see your microphone.
No,
crackling.
it's my fan.
Mm.
So I'm
Go,
gonna use my. I'm gonna use my light hammer's attack roll for this.
yeah,
That's
I'd say
okay.
you have advantage on this because he's not expecting you to do it. He was looking at Clover to do it.
That's beautiful.
What'd you
Did you
get?
miss or did you succeed?
10?
The middle.
That's with advantage, yes.
Within
Fucking hit Lumora. She looks at you like, bitch, what the fuck?
Let me double check his. Let me look at him real quick.
Clover, knock
Yes.
him out. Knock him out.
Yeah, that doesn't hit. Clover, would you like an attempt?
Yeah, I'm gonna like vault over the table and punch him in the face. Right in the temple.
I mean, there's no table, but yeah,
Well, whatever he was laying on.
it's bare ground. Like you
yeah,
just jump
like,
over and punch him in the face.
fucking like Falcon punch him.
Alright, so am I punching? I'm just punching with straight.
Yeah, like an unarmed strike.
Alright, that's an 18.
18 does hit. Yeah, so I won't have you roll damage for this because you're not
Yeah,
obviously
'cause-
trying to kill him.
No, he's just
He's
asking. reacts.
So
Yeah, just reacts. Rolls over, punches him in the temple.
Rivet, you go to try and do it. You go to use your hammer, but as your hammer hits him in the face, it's like I'm saying hammer.
Oh no!
Your gun.
I only use the hammer as the
No,
modifier.
I know.
I
That's
was,
me reading it wrong. You go to
Yeah.
use your gun, like, to, like, fucking pistol whip him, but as you do, the pistol just stops dead in its tracks as it hits him in the face. It does not phase him as you hit him. He's still looking over at Clover, so Clover, you see this, you go over, you crack your knuckle, and you just fucking mollywop him in the temple. And he's lights out. He's not dead. His head twists a little bit, but it's not like it cracks or anything. So he falls to the ground unconscious. Alive. Turned. But alive.
Lumora's holding this man, looking at Rune like, what did you do?
As you're holding him, you can tell his breathing has gone down to normal. He's no longer spazzing out or anything. He's still very cold to the touch. Lumora, make me a history check with advantage.
My dumbass. Is 15.
15. So one thing you know, Lumora, is what does your turn undead? What's the challenge rating that you can go up to?
So for turn undead, if the CR is lower than the threshold of my level,
Okay.
the creature is instantly destroyed. While if they are not, then they're just turned around and they have to walk away from me.
Okay. The threshold of your level. So what is your threshold?
It doesn't really. Hold on, 5th level. I'm 7th level.
Yeah, you're 7th.
1/2 or lower.
He is definitely higher than 1/2.
Okay, so he just would have turned around and had to go take off running.
Yeah, he would have tried to just get away from you, but I'd say, you could try and use it while he's unconscious.
No, if he's unconscious, then I'm not gonna turn him.
You're not going to try and turn him when he's unconscious?
No.
Okay.
That's why the more's just looking at because he's not he's not posing harm right now. He's knocked out, so she just kind of looks at Rune and she's like, "What the hell? What did you do?"
Just shakes her head and slaps her cheeks. She's like, "Oh God, oh God, what did I do? Oh God, Jerry, I'm so sorry."
You can see your mask all the way on, like, I wouldn't say on the other side of the room, but definitely further away from you. It seems like you had went into a frenzy because of how close he got to you. Like, it was driving you nuts this entire time. But because you held him so close, it seemed to just be overwhelming. The bombs were out. Maybe in your mind it just seemed like it was okay. The bombs are out. It'll kill him, but it won't detonate the bombs.
Oh, oh, that's not good. Oh, Jerry, I'm so sorry.
What?
She's just like gonna wrap him back up in the thing. It's like, oh, your dignity, I covered it for nothing.
I almost forgot that he was just buck naked for this
Yeah,
session.
it's just like he's back in her bridal carriage, just like, I'm gonna go deal with this and meet you guys at the theater later.
What did you do?
I turned him.
What?
He's a vampire now, like me. And he's hungry. He's gonna be very hungry.
You
I need to go
know,
find him food.
and her hands are kind of shaking because she just performed surgery. She's like, I need a nap.
You do that. You enjoy your nap, but hey, now you don't have to worry about his organs anymore.
I'm gonna go buy a cow.
Don't. I'm just gonna go further into the woods. I'm gonna go to the woods, and I will deal with this. And the next time you see Jerry, he's gonna be in tip-top shape, and in one piece, I think. And she's like gonna lift up to look at his scars, like lift up the silk to look at his scars. Are they like closed already?
Yeah, they are definitely closed. Like any stitching that had previously
Yeah.
been done, it seems like the stitches just went away. You could like there are scars of the surgery, but it does not look like they were like just freshly made. No, these look like they could have been there for a while.
Like they're already like healing.
Yeah.
All right. So
Hey,
yeah,
how far
he'll
would
be
you say
one
we are from
piece.
the house? Quickly.
From which house?
The rivets.
It's still about a 2-day trip.
If you had 2-day trips that direction, there's a house that might potentially have some bandits in it for a fresh blood source.
Ooh,
Just
delicious.
keep that in mind.
I will. Thank you. Let him go on a frenzy. It'll feel great. Yeah.
So, Brune, are you taking Jerry that way?
I think I will take Jerry that way. And can you guys let the kids know that that Jerry's okay when you go back?
Rivet gives a he is vibrating at this point. Thumbs up.
And Rivet, can you do me a favor?
Mm,
Can you figure out how to make those bombs for us? Make our own versions of those bombs?
potentially.
Okay, you work on that while I go get Jerry settled.
All right.
Okay.
I need some liquor.
I
You
can't
I
help
need
you
a
there. I don't
bath.
carry any on
as
me.
you say like
Nah.
as you say like I need some liquor, just Olma, he pats you on the shoulder. He looks over, sees that everyone else is distracted, and he just hands you like a flask.
He takes the flask and he downs that entire thing.
After you down it, he just pats you on the shoulder, and then he like takes away the flask. He puts it into his thing, and you can hear him kind of grumbling about it, like kind of like, oh, he drank it all, god damn it. But he doesn't seem to like actually take a problem up with you on it.
Mm-hmm.
He instead just kind of like shuffles away.
Nicia, Clover,
Bath
Yeah.
time?
I need a bath.
Let's go take a bath.
Covered in blood. My fur is caked. She just starts walking with Anicia and Clover. Gives Alma a
Lord,
head
for-
pat as they walk by.
Just imagine Lamora reverts to chibi form, like.
So, are you all going back to town?
Yeah.
Rivet, are you also leaving the TP?
I don't think he can move at the moment. He is terrified.
All right. If that is
But you know that sensation like when you're scared to the point your joints don't move?
you're paralyzed with fear.
Yeah.
At this moment, can I have all 4 of you guys except Rivet leave the call? I will have you back in here in a few minutes. As the rest of them leave, the TP closes, and Olma will walk forward, and he will turn, and he will sit down in front of you. You can get a good look at him now. Although you're frozen with fear, he's kind of like standing directly in front of you. You can see that this man is not a creature you have ever seen before, but he is very reminiscent of one you've heard through fairy tales, or at least Feywild trips.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say people at the guild, they talk a lot about fey creatures. They say some of them are to be avoided, some of them are to be enjoyed with, some of them are just like anyone else, but if there is one type of fey creature that most people tend to steer clear from, it's hags. And this man
And it's this one.
is the spitting image of a hag.
I imagine he wants to take steps back, but after everything in the stress piling up in the past few days at this point, he can't move.
You know you're okay, right? The
No.
hag,
I
although
don't. I really don't. I really don't. At this point, I don't know. I don't think I am.
you know that hags are 100% female. Like, there has not ever been a case of a male hag. All hags are born female. And it's kind of tellable with Olma as well. You can tell that they were once female. It does seem like there has been like body modifications to him, maybe breast reductions, more dirtier skin. Overall, it seems like Olma's made a lot of changes to make him more him rather than her. He'll go ahead and just give a grin as he puts his little satchel next to him. He'll open it up. He'll pull out a few photos. They seem to be photos of him, Lumora, and Anicia. Him in a place that you've never seen before. Definitely doesn't look natural. Maybe a lot more fantastical, mystical. What's your name?
You see him struggling and he takes his metal arm from it and he clocks himself in the head. Rivet.
Rivet, right. My name's Ulma. He'll reach out one of his gnarled hands.
He'll, still a little shaking, reach out with a metal arm and grasp it.
So, you're a new party member of the group?
I guess so.
You're definitely not used to this party, I can tell.
I, a lot of this is new for me. Well, this in particular. I'm not a stranger to going out and doing these things. Definitely not within the past few months. But this has definitely been a first in a few days.
Where are you from?
I don't actually know where I originate. I don't know. I know where I've got my teachings from. I don't know my point of origin.
Alright, well, what is the closest place you'd call home other than that house up the road you're talking about?
Oh, what's the name of the continent in which the guild is?
The town?
Yeah,
The
the
town?
town and the continent. You say he's overseas.
No, his is by the ocean. It's on one of
Ah,
the countries. You are from the town of Shunding, is at least where the Witchcrafter HQ is.
I'm from Shunden.
I see. I don't know where that is, but I'll be honest with you. I'm not from around here. Hell, I'm not from anywhere here. Neither is two of my allies. We're here for a mission, yada yada yada. That's not important.
I'm gonna take it. You mean the fluffy one and the one with the one that's always next to her?
Yeah, Lamora and Anicia.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not from here. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, Faye. You heard of those?
Uh, we. I know of their existence. My teachers talk quite mixed opinions.
You see him, he pulls out a flask from his satchel. He begins to take a sip of it. So as you say, like, oh yeah, they speak mixed of you. You see him stop and then just kind of cock and nod his head a little bit, like, yeah, no, that makes sense. He's like, yeah. He finishes taking a drink. Yeah, you get a mixed bag with Faye.
I'm gonna take out from my own bag one of those collapsible tin cups.
Yeah. You do.
So this way I don't drink all his shit this time.
As you take it out, he fills it up a little bit for you. Not like a full drink, but like, a third of the cup so that you can have like a good couple shots.
At this point, he's just trying to sip like a few swigs through the conversation.
I'm not too familiar with the other two. The what seems to be a vampire spider and the dragon. I've only known the dragon one for a few days now. I'd say about a week. Spider one, she keeps having me watch over the kids. Don't really care for kids. Don't care for humans in general. Not my style. But you, I can make an exception for you. You're not human enough. You're a lot more scaly.
Thanks, I guess.
Now, it seems like they don't really like you much. Have you done anything to piss them off?
I think I had a bit of fear and worry. I just may have shown a bit of disrespect in terms of how I gave the payment for a bounty a while back.
Let me guess. You tossed it at them.
Yeah.
He like clicks his tongue. Not a good idea. See, I consider Lumora my best friend. Hell, closer than that, but that's. He kind of like drones off for a minute. That's not important. I've never seen her get as mad as she was. Overall, she's usually a jovial person, but I do think, especially with all that form changing shit, this place is a bit different for her. She's not normally like that. Question: around here, what are furbolgs?
That requires a nature check, I do believe.
Uh, actually, no. You can make either nature or history, whichever you want. I'd say with advantage.
I will do history. I'm proficient in it. Wow, that one danced around for a hot minute. That is a 24 total.
Dirty 24 or natural 20 for 24?
Dirty. It was an 18
Okay.
plus 6.
So what you know is around here, furbolgs are typically a fey variant of orcs and orc-like creatures. You know, the material plane, they have orcs, but the Feywild, they have furbolgs. They're traditionally, you know, around the same size. Some of them can be of the same strength, but the one in Feywilds aren't as brutish. Rather, they're a lot more fun-going, nature-loving kind of hippies almost.
Honestly, a lot like Lamora.
Yeah, which makes sense. She's a furbolg.
Well, I mean, like, they're exactly like Lamora.
Oh yeah, a furbolg. That's what she is.
You know, her personality.
What else can you tell me about them?
Um, well, other than you said the ones that are outside of Furbolg are a bit brutish,
No,
or is
the
that the orc?
uh furbolgs are kind of like different from orcs. Orcs are
Mm,
like material plane versions of furbolgs. Furbolgs are
mm,
Feywild versions of orcs, but they're not brutish. They're more hippie loving.
yeah. Well, uh, I don't know how I'm going to word that because my mind is scattered. So I'm just going to repeat what you said to him.
You see, he like listens to that and he just chuckles. He's like, "Huh? So they're fey around here, huh? Very
Yeah.
interesting." All right, I'll make a deal with you for a minute, okay? You promise me you won't do anything to intentionally make Lumora mad, okay? In return,
Okay.
I'll try and stick up for you. She likes me a bit, so definitely a lot more than she likes you. He like holds out a hand.
That sounds agreeable. I didn't mean to make anyone sad. I'm just freaking terrified of everyone at the moment.
Do you take his hand?
Yes.
You go and shake its hand, and you can feel a bit of arcane energy go between you two.
I imagine his arm fritzes out because it's pulsing through the metal arm
I
that
wouldn't
is
say it
flooded
fully.
with arcane.
I wouldn't say it fully fritzes, but it does like kind of crackle and pop a
Jerks a
little
little
bit.
bit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you were able to tell, and like at once your mind will clear up a little bit, you just realized you made a deal with a fey creature, one that
I mean,
most people, especially in your guild, say to fear of, but I don't think it would settle in right now considering how shaken you are.
yeah. I also don't think it's too bad of a deal. It's just like try not to make her angry.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now then, he goes ahead and like he puts away his flask and he stands up. How about we head back over to the children? I'm sure they're a lot less scary than a couple of giants.
He just nods at this point, and he is jabbing himself in the leg, just like, come on, move.
He'll go ahead and
And he'll
help
start
you.
to walk.
Yeah, he'll help you out. You know, he'll help you collect whatever you had and get it put away. And as you guys leave the TP, everyone is long gone. Um, as you guys exit out, he kind of taps the top of the TP, and you watch as the TP closes in on itself and whirls around,
Yeah.
and all that falls is a stick.
Got any ideas on how to apologize then?
Wait until they're a bit more calmed down. I'm pretty sure that was invigorating for a lot of them. I'll let you know when the time is right. I'll see if I can get her in a good enough mood. I can't do that voice for too long. I'm like really like
Any,
scratching my voice when
any
I do it.
peace offerings?
Cookies,
What kind?
peanut butter. You know what? I think I remember her mentioning that a witch in town was gonna be waiting for her and Anicia to go pick up the cookies.
I know of any good bakeries up in the High District.
I gotta double check and see if there are any bakeries in the High District.
That's a good question. Are there any bakeries in the High District?
Let's check.
Do-do-do.
Let's see. Building type. It'd probably be one of these. Are you? No. No. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. There
Gosh,
is
dang it.
there is not a bakery in the High District, but you do know of one. A little bakery. I say bakery, but you know it more as like um more of like a cafe, a place to not only get, you know, bread and whatnot, but also sweet drinks. You know, nothing really too alcohol heavy like the bar next door. Rather, if there is alcohol, it's mixed into more fruity drinks. But they do serve a lot of good pastries, cookies, and whatnot. You've visited there once or twice. You thought the witch there was relatively nice.
Is this one I have to make a reservation for?
It is not, no. It seems like a walk-in, sit-down kind of place.
Okay.
Are you guys heading there?
I imagine we're heading back.
Yeah, or at least heading back to the.
Yeah.
All right. I will say go ahead and go grab the other four. I'll have you stay in here. I just have you be muted, okay? I can also shoot them a message if you want.
I'm already shooting Max a message.
Okay. So yeah, once they come in here, because I don't know if you would really have to fully leave, so I'll just have you stay
What?
here muted, okay?
I'm just going to get up and go check to see if food's ready.
All right, go ahead and mute yourself, and I'll have them. I'll be doing the stuff with them. So, I'm gonna be honest, Nevi. I'm not really sure what to do with you.
That's fine. I'm gonna go get this man some blood so he doesn't eat my friends.
Okay, you can stay here as well and just be muted. I'll probably have what's going on with Arun and Jerry here in a minute. After these three's little bathhouse scene. Speaking of you three, how are you getting back inside?
What do you mean?
You guys are outside the city, so you guys are closest to the upper district, but you also could travel back around to the old docks where you know that the gate is not really that guarded.
Over the wall.
You're gonna jump over the wall, all blood spattered?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, fair enough.
We did shit. We've seen things. Fuck you.
Lamora doesn't want to walk all the way down to the lower district. That's hours away. No, fuck that shit. She's going over the wall.
Also, you'd still have to go to the lower district because that's where the bathhouses are.
There's no bathhouses in the upper district?
Believe it or not, no.
Some bullshit lies.
I
Either
wish
way,
I
Lamora
was.
don't know this. She's climbing over the fence.
Uh, okay, I'll have you guys go ahead and make me, your acrobatics or athletics to get over the wall. I'm gonna like click through and make sure none of these are bathhouses because if there is one, cool, but I'm seeing a lot of not
12.
bathhouses.
18.
18?
Oh,
Am I throwing you again?
yeah.
I'm throwing you?
That was a 5.
All right,
Let's
strength
not talk about it.
strength check versus acrobatics. All right, yeah,
No.
All right,
understandable.
Anisha, acrobatics.
Or we can keep that 5 athletics and make it funny. Whatever you want to do.
I don't know. Let's see. What a
11.
Lamora is tired. She's cranky. She's been wanting a bath since like we got into this goddamn motherfucking place. So she just picks Anicia up and chucks her over.
That's
Starts climbing up herself.
That's exactly what happens. Clover, as you guys are walking, you see Lumora just basically grab Anicia by one of the thighs and just fucking yeet! Just tosses her over like she's a bag of luggage over the fence. And you hear like a
By the
little
way-
thud on the other end.
By the way, the whole time she was doing the surgery and the whole time she was like, the whole time she's been doing all this with all of you, she's had a smile on her face. Right now, you can see like her smile is wavering. She just has like her eyes slowly twitching. She needs a bath.
And you got an 18, correct, Clover?
Yes.
All right, so you two are able to make it over the fence just fine, honestly. Um, Lumora, you have a little bit of trouble, but after tossing over after just fucking yeeting Anicia over the gate and, you know, doing all that surgery, you just need a bath, your first cake, so you're a little bit distracted as you climb over, but you are able to make it. Clover, you have no problem. You're able to just kind of vault over like it's nothing. Uh, would you guys say you went back to like where the botany shop is?
I guess.
Because you didn't really specify like where. You said you were going into the upper district, so I figured you'd just go back to the spot where you initially vaulted.
Yeah, I guess so.
Also, no fucking no bathhouses, but oh my god, if you need a soap maker or a jeweler or a fucking cheese maker.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's go to the soap maker real quick. Fuck this shit. I'm going in. I don't care if I'm bloody. I need a soap maker before
Also,
I get
they
my
might-
bath.
They might know good, like the best bathhouse too.
What was that part, Anicia?
I said they might also know the best bathhouse.
All right. So you guys want to go to the nearest soap maker? That would
Ye.
be which one's closer? No.
We're gonna have fancy bath.
Would you guys like to ask someone where a soap maker might be?
That would probably be
Sure.
smart.
Lamora walks up to the first patron she sees.
As you guys walk out onto the street, you see, a lot of people mulling around. You see a guard nearby, so seeing as it's a guard, you go ahead, you walk on up, you go ahead and ask where the soap maker is. The guard will give you like a very puzzled look about all the blood, but he's just gonna chalk it up to like, oh, maybe a hunter. Um, is there
Butcher, more like.
a role you'd like to make in specific, or is Lumora just past the point of caring?
She's just looking. She just walks up to him, and goes, "Excuse me, sir. I would like to know where your nearest soap maker is. One who might specialize in fur."
As you ask, he goes to turn and begin talking in a friendly tone, and he like stops, he looks you up and down, and with a bit of like a more wavery voice, he's uh, like 30 minutes. He like points west, like northwest that way. Emboldened soap.
Thank you for your help. And she just starts walking, like she's on like almost a robotic mode as she walks back towards Anicia and Clover.
All right. You walk back. I take it you three are just gonna start walking to the soap maker.
Yep, making our way.
Downtown.
Mission.
Making our way
Walking fast.
downtown. Walking
Yeah.
fast, blood dripping out because we're surgeons. Do 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 do. Um,
Mora tries to like make light of the situation and goes, "You all did so well. You helped out so much. You all get gold stars and medical licenses." As she continues walking.
as you guys walk, you basically just walk straight ahead because you're just following the directions he gave. You pass by a couple of houses, but for the most part, you're passing by other shops, but most of these seem to specialize in pottery. There's a laundry cleaner, or at least a local place for people to clean their clothes. Cheese making, there's a glass blower. You keep walking, another pottery shop, quite a few cheese making shops. You pass by an apothecary. Um, and then you make it basically all the way across town, and you see the shop they were talking about, a relatively small shop. I'll go ahead and change it to here. It'd be about 3 o'clock in the afternoon at this point because of all of your adventures. It was about noon when you guys were at the botanist. So,
I return. I mute back up.
all right. So you go ahead, you walk straight ahead. You get to the soap store. There seems to be two of them right across the street from one another. One of them called the Calmly Sprite soap, and the other one simply said the Emboldened soap. Which one would you like to go into?
The calm one.
I'm like, which one smells the best?
Would you like to make a perception check?
Sure. I was like, passive is 16, but sure.
Sure, maybe you get higher.
Sure.
All Loom smells is the blood of Jerry.
The blood of Jesus.
All right.
You got it. You can roll above a 16. See?
I was like, if not an 18.
Light work, no reaction. You go ahead and give it a good sniff. You're kind of in the middle of the road, so you sniff towards the apothecary. Not apothecary, what the fuck?
Yep.
The emboldened one. You don't really get a strong scent, but the other one you do get a much stronger scent. It seems they likely have more soaps out for display. So,
Which one is the one that Lamora was looking at?
she was looking at the calmly one, I believe.
And that's the stronger scenty one?
Indeed.
All right, let's go with that one.
Anicia over here. I don't trust it.
Well,
It's so clean.
she's also thinking like, you know what? It's been a long time since we've had like really nice soapy bath to smell nice. So let's also get rid of any extra funk.
Extra funk.
Extra funk. It's fine.
Walk
Treat
in,
yourself,
Clover
you
in
smell
hand.
good.
Is Clover just walking with them? Does Clover
Yep.
have anything to add?
Clover has no opinions about soap.
What is soap? I really stink. You guys go ahead and you walk into the soap shop. Yep. You walk into the Sprite soap, and you can see two people. Um, One of them seems to be directly behind the counter. Uh, a female tiefling with very soft, almost brownish red skin, small little devil horns, blue eyes. She's wearing what seems to be like a big old trench coat and a white t-shirt underneath. Currently at the register, talking to a small female halfling who is holding a small bag of soaps in hand. As you guys walk on in, the halfling turns and walks out, gives you all a friendly greeting, gives you a look up and down, raises an eyebrow of concern, and then kind of quickens her pace to huddle on out of there.
Seeing that, Anisia's gonna turn and be like, "We're doctors now."
Now we're doctors. Beforehand, never mind. I don't want to go into it.
We're certified now. Fuck you.
We're certified. Certified Dr. Boy, certified. Never mind. You guys go ahead and walk on in. The tiefling girl, seeing you all, still gives a friendly smile. Hi, welcome to the Commonly Sprite, soap shop. What can I get for you guys? Soaps, probably. Actually, that'd make a lot of sense. Is there any soap in particular you're looking for? Any scents?
Soap that is good for furs and scales.
All right, yeah. Is there a preferred scent that you guys prefer? Do you want something more food-based, maybe more naturey themed, flower scented?
Hmm. Rosemary and lemongrass.
Rosemary and lemongrass. All right. Any other scents?
Just anything floral.
Anything floral?
Peanut butter.
You see the woman kind of like stumble a little bit. She thinks about it. I I can check and see if I have peanut butter scented. I'm not sure I can
We're gonna
guarantee
make
it.
this man smell like peanuts. She kind of like points over at Clover.
Oh, this guy, we're gonna make him smell like nuts of the pea variety.
Mm, mm. I hate it here.
Good.
You can ignore that. I don't want to smell like peanuts.
Anisia's gonna kind of just like laugh at that and be like, "Yeah, Lamore might try to eat you. That's not a good idea."
Damn, boar.
The moment you say "eat me," that Lemore's gonna eat him. You see Lemore almost shiver at the thought of Rune just biting into Jerry. Like,
Yeah. What, too soon? I work so hard. um,
legit. Loom's like, I worked so hard on making sure that this man was going to be alive and well. And what happened?
You
so
unalived him.
very quickly, I pulled up like a shop's like custom order for like scents of like soaps and stuff. I would like to call out that they have Starbucks coffee type as a scent. Just thought I should mention
They-
that.
They have Starbucks here.
No, I'm
You have
saying
Starbucks here?
no. I'm like, okay, I want a list of soap types, other than just basic fruit and vegetables off the top of my head. So let me go look up like a random soap scent list. And I'm
So
just
the coffee scent?
yeah, someone made like I think coffee could be doable. There is a cafe here. But no, this one is like, oh, we love custom orders. Available scents, Starbucks coffee type.
Lamora looks to Clover. What do you want to smell like?
Baby powder.
Let me look around.
So we had
Lamora watches them as they look around.
Lumora, what was the scent you asked for?
Rosemary and lemongrass.
Rosemary and lemongrass. Yeah. Uh, yeah, that's a very common one we get. It's a very, very pleasant scenting one. She goes ahead and she walks from behind the counter. She begins scanning the aisles. She gets to one with like a little picture of a flower up above it to signify the more floral scenting ones. So she goes ahead, she scans the shelves a little bit, then she picks out a bar of soap. You can see that this bar of soap, instead of like a traditional bar, it has on the bottom of it little what look like soap bristles. So it's like a combination of soap and like a brush, but it's all packaged up in like a wrap and inside of like a small little uh box with like a clear see-through cover with the the scent titled at the bottom. So she goes ahead and sets one down. And you said anything earthy, flowery, aroma themed?
Floral.
Floral? Okay. She goes ahead, she taps her chin a little bit. Uh oh, I have one. So she goes back over to the same shelf, once again scans. She grabs one, she brings it over. Uh this one is scented as pear and lily. And then, so Philo, what kind of scent do you think Clover would be like scrolling around looking for? What genre do you think he might gravitate towards?
Hang on, I am. He will smell. Give me
Check your
roll me
hands.
roll me a d12.
D12?
Yeah.
6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he is going to smell like sorry, these are really bad. One said pulled onions. We're not gonna do that. Oh my god, all these are like really weird. I don't want to smell like vinegar and warm milk.
Do you want me to roll for you?
What the
I
fuck?
could
What are
roll
you
on my
looking for?
list if you
How about daisies, wood smoke, and musk?
ah,
So kind of like a musky, floral, smoky smell.
okay, yeah.
He's just literally going up and smelling each bar until he finds one he likes.
He's like on all fours, just like walking around, nose on the shelf itself, like no, no, ooh. He like picks it up, gives it another scent. No. He kind of makes his way through the shelves, giving each one like a decent sniff. Then he gets over again to the floral section, and he does find the one that you were talking about. It catches his nose's interest, you could say.
He brings the soap up to the lady, and he's like, "I want this one."
All right. Oh my God, I love it. Uh, she goes ahead, she counts them all up. All right. One soap is simply one gold piece, so that'll be 3 gold pieces total. Is that all together, or is that like separate buyings?
Do you have anything that you can put into a bath, like a salt or an oil or something that might smell like eucalyptus?
Oh, like bath salts.
Mm-hmm.
We have a very small variety, but yes, I believe I do have some more flowery themed ones. She goes ahead and picks up a few. They seem to be very traditional ones, nothing too outlandish. There is eucalyptus amongst them, but like you get some other ones like lavender, rosemary, roses, very traditional scented ones. Nothing too outlandish right here, but you do
So
see
she
eucalyptus.
carefully takes the eucalyptus one and goes, we'll do this one too. It masks the sense of blood.
You see her gulp a little bit. Of course, yeah. That'll be 2 extra gold, so 5 gold total. Is that all together
Mhm.
or is that separate?
Together is fine. And she just places the gold down and she's like, surgery was very long. And she just takes her stuff and starts walking out.
I see, you guys are doctors. She, as you were putting the gold down, she puts it into like a paper bag instead of like a plastic bag. So she like stacks them so that the bristles are up so that they don't like break or anything, even though they're obviously in the box. Still, you got to be careful. Kind of like surrounding the salt itself. So it kind of keeps it snug and it doesn't move around too much. And she'll go ahead and take the gold. Um, Thank you all for coming in. I hope your job isn't too stressful, and I hope that your bath goes well.
Anicia,
Now the
just
moral.
remembering, is gonna look at the lady. She's like, by the way, where is the closest bathhouse that you would recommend?
Um, if you're looking just for the closest, I'd say that the closest ones would be down in the old docks. They're quite well known for their bathhouses, but if you wanted one, not in the old docks, it'd be a quite a bit further, but it'd be all the way in Westgate. But I'd say comparatively, if you're looking just to go, someplace close, the old docks is only about an hour away, whereas Westgate might be closer to like 3 to 4 hours travel. I do hear the one over in Westgate is quite popular. I hear they even give you little treats when you're bathing, but I personally would prefer going to the old docks. I think it has a more homey feel to it, you know?
All right, to the old docks. Let's go.
Of
She's gonna
course.
turn around and start walking out.
Have a good day. And she'll like raise a hand and like kind of wiggle her fingers in like a bye-bye motion. Very quickly. Rivet, what direction were you two going? Were you going through the old docks or the higher up district?
Considering I don't think they would know would go to the higher up districts at this point, I assume he'll head to the one in the old docks.
Okay. I just want to double check. That's all. So you three,
Would like to stop and get soap as well. I know what he's gonna get. Let's make it quick.
you want to stop where?
Soap. Yeah.
He also wants to get soap, so he'll go through the higher up district.
That's in the higher up district. I didn't catch that part.
Yeah, that's where they are. They climbed over the wall,
Okay.
got into the higher up district, so
I guess I'll make the higher up district.
as you get closer to it, Olma doesn't have a way to get into it, so instead he uses his one of his wild shapes and he'll simply turn into a fly. And he'll kind of like fly underneath Rivet's cap so that he's hidden.
Hmm.
So you're able to walk on through with no trouble, because they don't see Olma there. You're able to walk on in. I wouldn't say you pass by the three. I'd say they leave the shop and you get there about 15, 20 minutes later.
Hmm. So they're in the midst of the distance, walking in the direction, so I know where they're headed.
You can catch a brief glimpse of them, but it wouldn't be enough for you to be able to call out to them.
Well, but I would know where they're headed. Is what I was
Yeah,
getting at.
it does seem like they're heading back towards the old docks.
Alright.
But you also are going to the soap shop?
Yep.
All right. Is there anyone in particular you want getting?
He walks up to because he knows what he's after.
Right.
Turns a scent. Goes, oi, oi, oi.
She like looks around a little bit, then she looks out. Oh, sorry about that. How can I help you?
Redwood, peach bourbon, and vanilla separate.
Redwood, beachworm, and vanilla. All right. She goes.
Aged bourbon.
Beachworm. Got it. I'm saying that as a DM, just fucking with you, but I understand what you're saying. She goes ahead and she like walks around the shop, picks up picks up some of them. You could still see like the 5 gold that they had left over on the counter closer towards her end. And as she
Hmm.
begins to walk back, she grabs another paper bag and like puts them in. All right, that'll be 3 gold pieces for you.
How's it smell before I pay?
It smells pretty good. It smells clean enough. Like it hasn't been opened yet,
Does
so
it
the scent's strong.
does it smell 3 gold worthy?
I'd say it'd be about 3 gold worthy.
Well, he'll get the 3 gold. You did say 3 gold, right?
Yeah, 3.
Okay.
All right, that'll be
I was about to say it's like 5 gold. I was like, huh?
so 3 gold from you, and then 5 gold. Who paid for the 5 gold?
I did.
Okay, just make sure you guys take that out of your gold total. Uh, After that, you're able to walk on back. You three, as you're walking to the old docks, you guys cross back in. You're able to flash your badges to show that you're able to go up here, and you're just leaving it. Um, Lumora, as you draw closer, you do remember where one bathhouse is. Uh, you remember it being in the park, behind the park, by that bookstore that you and Zal had went to. Or no, you and Clover? I think it was Clover.
Went
Yeah.
to a bookstore?
Yeah, you two had went to a bookstore. It was a part of like a little mini mall strip. Uh, and there was a bathhouse at the end. That's the first one that immediately comes to
I don't
mind.
think Sal got to go to the bookstore.
No, that's why I mistaken. I said Zal when I meant
Yeah.
Clover. Is that the one Lumara would like to go to, or would she like to look for another one?
Whichever one Anicia leads her to.
All
So
right.
Corgi.
Anicia, I think you'd also remember it being there because obviously Lamora points it out. You do also recall there was one a bit closer to the gate. Um, More like two that are a bit closer. They're like right next to each other. But one of them seemed to be closed down, whereas the other one seemed to just be a little rundown.
Can we tell from the outside that it's a little rundown?
Yeah, you
And
can.
then okay.
You can tell
And then
just
does
because it
memory
doesn't look like
serve?
it's the most well kept.
Okay. Then does memory serve that the one that Lamore pointed out looked better?
It did look better. It looked cleaner for sure. There wasn't the one that is like fully run down. It has like little boards, kind of on where the windows would be, and the door is like also boarded up. Whereas the other one, like it's a little dirty. There's a bit of trash kind of around the front of it, and there's like a few boards on one window, but like it's not fully boarded up. Whereas the other one, like, sure, because of the nature of the old docks, it's a little bit dirty, but it seems like at least people swept and cleaned up there. There wasn't any boards there from what you remember seeing. It seems
Okay.
more generally friendly opened.
Okay. Well, seeing the status of these two, she's gonna like scrunch her nose and then just keep walking and go towards the direction of the one that Lamora pointed out before that looked better.
You guys will go ahead and walk. It's been about an hour of walking, so you guys walk through Hampton, get to the old docks. You go to the park that lays behind the tavern you guys were previously at and the bar. You walk through the park and you walk up to the Shimmering Chalice bathhouse. You can hear a good bit of hustle coming from the inside, water moving around and whatnot. It seems like there's definitely a good amount of people here. Um, as you guys walk up, you are met with. Where would they be? Here you go. Uh, At the front, you see a male half elf. I wouldn't say early on. I guess early on for human years, he'd probably be around 49, which in half elf years isn't as much, but in human years, it's kind of middle of the road. He seems to be holding himself very professionally, and as you guys walk up, he gives you all a small nod. Are you all here to take a bath? I take it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The smell. It doesn't smell like fucking chloroform? Yeah.
Chloroform.
Yeah, chloroform. Chlorine. It's not like that strong of a scent of chlorine, but it does.
So you mean chlorine?
Nah, chloroform. Fuck you, actually. The one Rivet goes
No,
into,
what
full
the-
chloroform.
I needed a nap anyway. It's fine.
As an aside, would they even have chlorine in?
That's why I'm specifying it wouldn't smell like chlorine here.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, I was like, would they even have chlorine?
No.
I like the fact that everyone's brain's like chlorine. Mine's chloroform.
Ah, yes, chloroform. Ooh. Oh
Fancy.
my, naughty.
No,
Walk
here's a
in,
genuine
inform, pass
question
out.
though. Considering how far into it we are, would they have chlorine?
When was chlorine made?
Like, do they have bleach?
Um,
Hold on, I'm looking it up.
yeah, I'm not.
Chlorine was made in 1774. And if we are technically in a D&D world, we're probably in... let me see.
Because mind you, like in terms of like weaponry, there are stuff like shotguns and pistols and stuff. Maybe not full pistols like we have in the modern age, but like old-timey pistols, like flintlocks and stuff.
Terrible time era with D&D set.
When was the first flintlock made?
Okay, so Dungeons and Dragons is typically set in a medieval fantasy world. The setting is inspired by the European Middle Ages, spanning roughly the 5th to the 15th century. So no, we would not have chlorine yet.
Well, you got to remember, like I said, it's not just Middle Ages.
1630s.
1630 is when the flintlock came out?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So I think they would. So yeah, they definitely wouldn't have. They probably wouldn't have chlorine yet, but give or take another 150 years.
They're on the cusp of making it.
Yeah, give them a little bit. If someone was to live long enough, like if more nations lasted long enough, they could probably get to the point of chlorine being a thing.
Give the merchant gear a little while; they'll have it out.
Exactly. Regardless, they don't have it now because
Anyway.
I didn't mean chlorine in the first. I was specifying that they didn't smell like chlorine here. Rather, you are all hit with a mixture of different scents. All of them probably coming from other people bringing in their own soaps and stuff, kind of creating this hybrid of like there's aroma, but there's also some foodie-esque scents like fruits and vegetables, earthy, just all of it kind of collecting together.
I'm picturing like when you walk into the detergent aisle, how it all wafts and hits you at once.
I would
like
say
that.
detergent, more like if you walked into a candle shop and all of the candle things were open, and
Like an apothecary, yeah.
Yeah,
It just smells
exactly.
herby and floral and
Bath and
woody
Body
and
Works.
stuff. Bath and Body Works, yeah.
Exactly. So you walk in, that's kind of the scent you get. He goes ahead and he begins writing stuff down on some papers in front of him. All right, we have one private bath. Would all of you like to share the bath together?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. That'll be private bath 1. That will be 20 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Clover lays down the gold pieces before she can.
Damn.
I was literally about to type in 20 minus.
20
In my thing.
minus.
Well, that pays me back for all of the stuff in the apothecary.
All right. You'll go ahead and walk down the hallway. It'll be the one at the furthest end. If you get a knock on the door, that'll likely be your bath tender. Her name will be Solid or Solid Wen. Just in case anyone else knocks on the door. If they don't say their name is Solid Wen, don't let them in.
Is there a chance that we could get our clothes cleaned?
I could arrange for that, yes.
Oh,
If you
I'm
set
gonna
your clothes inside of your place, I'm sure the bath tender can go ahead and collect them.
Lamora will do so, and she looks as they like go in and close the door. Lamora's like, "Ha ha ha! He didn't count you." And she looks at her staff. You got a free bath.
Free bath, baby! And he like starts twirling, like, yay! But he doesn't
Let's go,
actually say
Captain
that.
Humorous. Let's go, Captain Humorous. And she freaking just starts stripping, just like I'm done. I need a bath.
The baths here, they're nothing too fancy. They're your traditional, probably like 6-foot deep baths, which for two of you is like nothing. You guys are much taller than that. For Anicia, you're able to kind of sit on one of the steps that kind of leads into it so that you can comfortably rest, sitting down without having to like struggle or like float on it. With like little handrails here and there for those who want to just hold on to them to help keep them when they're sitting. There's a few towels, there's a few benches kind of on the side, towels on them. You all are able to walk on in. You take off your clothes, put them on one of the cleared benches, and you're able to soak yourself in the water. The water is nice and hot. We're talking like when you crank that shower to like the hottest setting, before it's considered like boiling you alive, that kind of hot. And it just feels like heaven the minute you step into these baths. Like, Lamora, I'd imagine you step into this bath and you just almost immediately plop your ass down so that you can just let your body soak in it.
Very much. Her hooves are tired from the long journey and then getting there and then dealing with cult shit and meeting a spider lady and then there's children and then there's surgery. She's just like, you know what? This is nice. After all of the bullshit that we went through, like with the spear being thrown at me and everything, I think this was very much well deserved. As she just sinks Arnon. Only her nose and the rest of her head is above water as she just sinks in like she's done. She put her eucalyptus salts in there and everything. She's like, I'm done.
I'd say so. Yeah, it's like 6 feet deep at most, and then it's about 15 feet across. So it's definitely enough space for all of you to fit in there comfortably. I take it Anicia and Clover, they also strip down and they just let themselves into the bath.
Oh yeah. Just drops his armor, the robe he was wearing. Full on naked half dragon. Just kind of collapses into a sitting position in the water.
For you, Clover, like, because of your water nymph heritage, you know that if you wanted to, you could probably just fully sit at the bottom of the water, fully covered and just chill.
Yeah.
Is that exactly what he's doing, or is he just kind of
No.
he's like
No,
chilling?
He slinks down into a seat to where it's like up to his nostrils. And
Fucking falls asleep.
So
little fucking alligator peeking up out of the water.
Just Lamora and Clover is the gif I put in out of character chat. Just sink.
Yeah, seeing them chill, Nisia's like, gonna shrug her shoulders, and she's like, okay. Strips off everything, and she's just gonna run in and just jump right in.
These two, they go ahead,
It's
they
not that deep.
lower themselves in, get ready, and suddenly just fucking cannonball.
Cannonball!
You get a little, you get some water on the sides of it, but Anicia, you just sink down and you just feel that warmth just encompass your body. You feel any stress, any tension you had beforehand just get released immediately. Can I get you all to make me an Arcana check?
I
Oh
just
my
I thought you were
god.
about to say
Can I just
con
The soap.
saving throws. I was about to panic.
It might be.
I thought you were gonna say roll a perception. I was going to like open my eyes and a mimic was gonna be in the water spout.
It is the
Roll
water spout.
initiative.
Some toes.
18.
18.
What am I rolling?
Arcana.
Oh, love that.
2.
She does not care.
No. She's like,
Got
this is
it.
fun.
I got an 8.
An 8. You two don't notice anything. Lumora, as you're chilling, as these two are settling in, and by settling in, I mean throwing herself in and just trying to, alligator snooze in this bitch, you can tell that there is definitely magic laced within these waters. However, with an 18, you can tell that this is not any sort of mind control. Well, it might be mind controlling, but it's more so like a calming kind of magic. It's definitely here to help put those inside of the water at ease so that they're not so tensed. It's
Magical chloroform water.
and as you have the soaps in there and everything, it really helps to strengthen it. So I'm going to ask if you guys would like to make a Constitution saving throw. You can choose to fail it, but it is simply the effects of the magic helping you all to calm down.
I choose to fail. Fuck this. I give in to the chloroform water.
I give in to the chloroform water. Quote of the session. I'm gonna write that down. Hold on.
She's had a long day. It's hard being a surgeon on call, man.
Because you had a long day, so you want the chloroform.
We need a little painting or drawing of Lamora just thinking it. I give in to the chloroform.
Full arms spread out like she's going to the heavens. I give in to chloroform.
Oh my god.
What about the other two? Are you guys deciding to fail it, or are you gonna actively make the save?
I'm gonna fail it.
Okay.
Me.
I think
Yeah.
Give in to
Anicia,
the
because you have a
chloroform.
2, it's even less than them. You wouldn't even notice it trying to take effect on you.
More just sinks.
I give in to
I cast water breathing.
the.
I sink.
I almost spelled chloroform with a Q.
Chloroform.
Clorox form.
Clorox. The chloroform water.
So Lamora kind of looks at them and just goes, "So, we all originally set out together. How are we feeling?"
And he's just gonna she's just floating in the water on her back, and she's gives a thumbs up. She's like, yeah, good.
Dude. Fucking high off your ass.
Clover,
Yes.
during this whole adventure and such, you always talk about how, you weren't raised outside into the society. Did you ever have baths like this?
Not like this. They would light a bunch of candles. There would be priests chanting outside the rim of the bath. They would have me walk to the middle, anoint me with oils, and then my attendants would, I guess you could say ritualistically, scrub me.
Do you need me to scrub you?
I would really rather you didn't.
Perfect, because I don't want to get up. I mean, if it
was-
would have made you feel better, I would have. But like, if that's not what you need, then I'm fine right here.
It was really embarrassing. I didn't like it.
It's like I
I
ain't
can
doing it
imagine.
then, bro. There we
I
go.
can imagine it would be.
Because nothing was off limits. They did not care.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever bathed myself privately. And
Should we
when you
have
have
gotten you a
30
separate bed?
people, when you have 30 people in a room with you watching people scrub your private parts, it's sort of leaves a mark on your soul.
Hmm. Should we have gotten you a private bath?
No, that'd be kind of bored, I think.
He did also say that this was the only one left.
Well, anytime you need to take a bath, if you need company, I'm sure me and Anicia wouldn't mind.
He kind of sits up a little bit more, drums his fingers along the edge of the tub. Speaking of that, I know I swore an oath to Rune, but I'm sure she would release me from it anyway. But can I come back with you guys to wherever it is you're from?
Lumore Lumore and Anicia stiffen, like, how did he know?
Anisia's just like, yeah, all of a sudden, like, she was all, like, chilled out, and she hears this, like, mumbled through the water. She instantly just, like, sits right up, and she's like, oh!
How did you know?
Well, you were coming into town just like I was. So I assumed you weren't from that town. So wherever you're from. I don't really know anybody.
Oh.
Gotcha.
So, Lumore's like, so, there might be a slight issue with that. I feel like we could trust Clover, and she kind of like looks at Anicia. We've known him.
Yeah, we've traveled for a while, yeah.
So it wouldn't really be you go back with us and we're somewhere in this big wide open world, and we like settle down in like a little picket fence house or something. We would be going to a whole other existence, a whole other universe, essentially.
Well, I don't really know what any of that means. So you're not, I guess, you weren't born here?
We weren't born on this planet. We weren't born in this world. We would be going to a world where I am not Fae. Your mom doesn't exist. The gods that are here do not exist. We have our own gods. There's different rules, different rituals, different everything there. It's all kind of the same, but at the same time, very much not.
Time also works very different there.
True.
No, I've got plenty of time. From what my tutors were telling me, since I'm half dragon, I could potentially live the full life of a dragon, which is about 2,000 years.
Would you still be okay with leaving knowing that your mother doesn't exist in the world that we come from?
I'm sure she'd be okay with it. In the 19 years that the cultists have been, well, not cultists, sorry, that the priests have been doing the ritual, she never once spoke to them. I think my nymph mother was the last person she ever spoke to. But in 19 years, she hasn't answered a prayer. She hasn't sent any sign that she acknowledges my existence or my temple's existence. So I don't really think she'd care. And I don't know my nymph mother, so I mean, I don't have anybody I would be leaving.
And he's gonna
Laura.
look between both of them. Sorry. And he's gonna look between
ahead.
both of them, kind of laugh, and just be like, "So I'm taking in another orphan."
Laura's gonna swim on over. She's gonna grab Clover's hands and goes, "Remember what I told you. Your mother might not be able to contact you because she might be a little too weak. I think that we are more than happy to allow you into our little family and take you with us to the next world on the condition that we figure out what happened with your nymph mother, what is going on with your godly mother, and then once you figure that stuff out and you figure out who they are, why they haven't contacted you, so on and so forth, then and only then can you make the decision whether or not you want to come to our world."
That seems fair. Those are good compromises. I mean, I've been curious. You know, they don't like me asking questions at the temple, but I would like to know more about my parentage and beyond what I could glean from the books I had to steal from the library.
Laura nods as she reaches over and pats him on the head and goes, "Well, I will do what I can to help you figure it out. I'm sure Anicia will help in Anicia's own way."
I
Kind of
mean,
looks like at Anicia for confirmation.
we'll be gaining a half dragon, so yes.
She smiles and then turns her attention back to Clover and goes, "Does that sound fun?"
Yeah, yeah, that does sound fun.
My only other condition is that every now and then I get a hug
I can
or
do
a head
that.
pat. Perfect. Now, I'm going to wash my fur and my hair with so much soap. And she just starts walking to go start scrubbing down because, oh my god, she needs the soap.
As you walk over and begin scrubbing yourself, you can hear a small knock at the door.
What's the password?
My name is Solidwin.
Correct. And she opens the door. No coverage or anything, just full on opens the door.
You go ahead. Did you shake off your fur before you do, or are you just dripping water?
Dripping water.
You go ahead, you go
It's out.
open the door. On the other side, you see a full elf. Not exactly Anicia's height, probably. Anicia's what, 5'5", right?
She's 5'2".
5'2"? Okay, so
She little.
no, not very close, but still under 6 foot, probably around 5'8", 5'9" or so. Well-groomed platinum hair, hazel eyes. She's wearing almost like a kimono kind of outfit. A smile on her face. Her eyes are, just drawn onto you, looking up at you, giving you a big old smile. Hi, I'm your bath tender. I heard you had some clothes you need washing.
Yes. And she walks over, she picks up the basket and starts walking back over to her. Bees, please.
She goes ahead, nods her head. She'll take it. I was wondering, there's a local bard coming on through the town, and I know he plans on stringing a tune for some of the patrons here. Would you guys mind if he played his music? Not in here, of course, just out there. I can soundproof your room if you'd rather.
Oh, I don't mind at all. A good tune is always welcomed.
All right. I just wanted to double check. Some people prefer a bit more privacy, she says with a cocky smile. I'll go ahead and go get these clothes started for you guys. I hope you all enjoy, and the music should be starting up here in about 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. And she waits for her to leave before closing the door and looks to them and goes, "That then to show." And she climbs back in the water.
Yeah, the woman will just simply nod her head, turn, and begin walking down the hallway to another room, collecting more clothes. Um, Real quick, Rivet, are you going to the same bathhouse or are you going to another one?
I assumed it was the same one.
All right. So you go ahead, you walk on in. This is quite a bit after they had, since you again were like 20 minutes after them. So they've already settled into
Mhm.
a room. As you're walking in, another couple is walking out. So you go ahead and approach the same half elf at the place. Have you ever been to a bathhouse before? Do you think Rivet would have?
I imagine at some point they would have dragged him to one.
But not here.
Not here.
Okay. You go ahead and approach. Hello, my good gentleman. Are you here to take a bath?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it just you today, or do you have any party coming in later on?
I think there was Nicia, Laura, Clover. It's just those three, isn't it?
Yeah,
That one. Was with three others, but I think they got their own at this point.
there was a small trio of folks coming in a bit earlier, but a room did just open up. They did ask for their room to be private, so only their bath tender has access to it. Would you like your own private room then today, sir?
Yes.
All right, that'll be 20 gold pieces.
20 gold for a bath?
You get your own private bath tender that comes and attends to your clothes and talks to you if you need be, and there will be a live show
Alright,
tonight.
that's fair.
All right, do you pay him the 20 gold?
He grudgingly gives 20 gold
He goes ahead
for
and
a bath.
he goes ahead and takes it. It'll be the third room on the right as you walk down that hallway, good sir.
And which room were my compatriots in?
I don't think they asked for me to disclose that information. I apologize.
That's fair.
If they had let me know, I would have told you. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's just the way the market works.
He goes ahead and gives a nod. Do you go ahead and go over to your bathroom?
Let Olma out from underneath the hat.
As you walk on into the bathroom, uh, and you let Ulma out from under the hat, he unwild shapes, takes a look around, looks at you, and he just starts shaking his head like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't swing that way.
If you want to run, now's the time.
He goes ahead and wild shapes into a rat and just fucking books it.
Listen, I know how hags work. I know the stories.
I'm
Bitch,
good.
you should have made sure that Oma cleaned behind his ears. What the fuck?
No, he's gone, mate. He's
Not
gone.
my
That's not. I ain't his master. I ain't doing all that shit for him. So after Olma leaves, you go ahead. You can settle in. You take off your clothes, leave your gear by the bench. This room's a bit
Actually,
smaller.
before he books it,
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure. I think the big one will begrudge me if I don't at least do this. He hands him the redwood soap.
He takes the soap and he just gives you a glare before he closes the door.
You can see the steam coming off of his hand as the soap burns the mark.
It's like he's holding the box, but like if it was any closer, he'd be like having an allergic reaction. Very
That's why I made it redwood. It's natural, damn it.
I live in a swamp. Nah. Very quickly.
Next time I'll be swamp gas scented. Anyway.
You can hear his pitter patter feet go away. You three, you hear a pitter patter. You hear a knock at the door.
Nomura gets up again, opens the door.
You see Olma very red in the face, eyes averted down, looking down, and he just holds out a box to her.
Perfect. Come on. And she picks him up.
Wait, no,
Let's go.
no!
Closes the door.
No. It was a gift. It was a gift. It's a peace
Totally
offering.
goes back.
No.
From down the
March
hallway, Rivet gives him a salute.
You see this,
We're just like
Lumora. You
walking
just
towards
see
water.
Rivet give you a little salute, like Godspeed, my friend, Godspeed. You two in the
Lumora's
room,
like-
you see like Olma like grasping at the door frame, like trying to stop from getting pulled in. Like no.
Clover's gonna get out of the bath and come help Lamora.
I will dirty the water you wash in. I will turn that into mud.
Give in to the chloroform water. Come on. Starts dragging.
When's the
him.
chloroform? No. And like
Clover's like taking his clothes off as Lumora's pulling him in.
yeah. It's like, oh, there goes his shoes. Oh, here's his jorts. No.
Glory, what a hell of
Like
a way to die.
uses a claw to like rip off his shirt off of his frame because he's much smaller.
Oh my god, that's what you hear from the bard in the distance. Just glory, glory.
Yeah. It's like a small little band of guys, and you just hear like what sounds like drums and a guitar. They're playing like an old timey version of it.
We bathe the hag.
We bathe the hag.
No, that's the name of the song that they're playing. We bathe.
Yeah, one of them saw this hag begin to get dragged in, and he's like, "Guys, I got a song. Guys, I got a song for us today. I say we call it We Bathe the Hag." So they start playing it, and Olma just has the most pissed look on his face. He's like sitting begrudgingly in the water, and like Lumora grabs like a sponge and like rings it above his head, so the water just like droops his hair in front of his face. I want to kill
I was gonna
myself.
say it drips off him like a
All
fucking
I'm-
duck feather.
Yeah.
all I'm picturing is the husky that is scowling at you as you're giving it a bath.
No, that is
Lumora
exactly
just-
what's happening.
Clover's like
smiles.
scrubbing him with soap.
I'm so glad you even brought your own soap.
Your
You're gonna smell
strength,
so nice.
your strength, Clover, like with every scrub you do, you're physically moving his body. It's like,
Oh,
oh,
yeah,
I
he's
scrubbed to the
going-
left, and you just see his body like full tilt.
Lamora is just looking at him like, and then next we'll do your nails. I've
Wait.
been meaning to like clip those.
I imagine him like if he had a wild, he does have a wild shape left to expend, but he's
I'm-
not going to use it here. But like he turns into a trout, it just like goes
So you
down
know
the
the
drain.
All I'm picturing is the clip between clip between the waterbender and Toph during the bath episode. That is what this is right here and now.
Get him nice and fucking clean.
So, while this is all happening, can I get you four, except for Rune, to please go to the other chat?
Then who's the other one? I see four. You say you four except for Rune. So who else is staying?
My fucking stupid
hello?
ass.
3.
You know what he meant.
Actually, wait,
No, I don't.
No, it would be
Us in
you
the back.
four.
Us in the
Yeah,
bathhouse.
you said you four except for Rune. So obviously Rune was counted into that four. Who else is staying, Mello?
Me!
No, one of us staying, motherfucker.
Let's go away.
Get out of here! Fucking swamp ass. God, stinky motherfucker. Imagine having to take a fucking
I just finished my spicy ramen too, so you know that was great timing.
great time. I have to pee though.
My lips burn.
I gotta pee real quick. I'm gonna go on a quick BRB screen. It's just a quick.
You leave me here to do a bio break? Leave me all alone?
Yeah, go take a piss as well. I am back. No, Nebby, no.
Shit too.
I'm
Are you
here.
back?
Let's see if there we go. Okay. It was a very quick fist, like I said. I'm like sitting there like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry, 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 hurry. Like smacking myself on the thighs, like, come on,
Pee faster.
be faster. It's only Mountain Dew and water. God damn it.
Someone's gonna clip that.
Yeah. Ugh. So, Rune, you are. Would you say you're running at this point?
Towards. And that's a quote. Yeah, Raptor.
And that's a quote. Two quotes
She's
in one stream.
going.
Iconic.
Yeah. She's going like closer towards the woods. Not full on, 2 days out, towards Rivet's house. But just, in the forest where there's shade, so they're not out in the open.
Yeah, it's gonna be a few hours to still get to it. I'd say give or take
And there's
maybe.
that much farmland?
There's a
fucking
lot of farm.
crazy.
You gotta remember, actually you weren't here for it, but for reference, it took them half a day to get out of the forest that they were initially in to get over to the town's gate.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to freaking pull out my hat then. Keep both me and Jerry covered, cause like, damn, that's a lot of open ground to cover in the
Wait,
freaking
question.
middle of the day.
Don't you have a number?
Oh yeah, will that work for Jerry?
Uh, Tell me, does the spell make you target or does it only work on you?
Uh, Hold on, I closed out my sheet, not thinking I would need it again. Spells. Penumbra. Spell keeps the creature or object touched slightly in shadow. I can only have one casting of it up, though.
Uh,
That's what I'm saying, like, if anything, she would have casted it on Jerry.
yeah, because you have your cover at least.
Yeah, because she's got, the hat.
Yeah. So you go ahead and cast it on Jerry and like you keep casting it whenever it's needed. Um, as you're rushing. Since you're running and rushing, I'd say you can try and make it to the edge of a wood that is maybe 2, 3 hours out. But you are able to make it into the woods. Um, and once you get into the woods, it's a lot more shaded. This isn't really a wood area you have come from. Um, but you are at least in the forest successfully now. What would you like to do now that you're here?
Is Jerry still knocked out?
I'd say probably 10 minutes or so into your running, he somewhat came to. Like you could hear him gasping, trying to breathe once again, even though it's not going to work.
That was like 10 minutes after we left the group, or 10 minutes after we got into the woods?
10 minutes before you got into the woods.
Okay.
And as you make it into the woods itself, you have a place you can like set him down at if you want to.
Just runs him and once finds a nice shaded area, she's gonna put him down and be like, "Hey, Jerry, look at me."
He's gonna look at you. You can tell that it's beginning to take effect because you can see some of the color from his previously colored hair beginning to slowly fade away. The roots of like the hair closest to his head is already beginning to turn white, similar to yours. And when he breathes, you can see that some of his canines have gotten to begin growing. They're not as large as yours are, but they are definitely in the more adolescent stage of when they first form. He's breathing very heavily. Why can't I breathe?
Listen. I know it's confusing. You need to just hold your breath, okay? Just hold your breath and try not to breathe, and eventually you'll forget about needing to breathe, okay? I
As
know the change is weird.
As you say, hold his breath, he does like immediately. And you can see his eyes begin to grow into a more confused look, wondering why, like, it's been a minute. He's holding his breath and he's fine. Why? He goes ahead and lets out a little breath. What happened?
I lost control and I really, really wanted to help you because it's my fault you ended up like this and they removed your organs and Rivet was making you mechanical ones and you almost died. And even though we removed the bombs, you were still probably gonna die. So I panicked. And in my frenzy state, I changed you.
And we've established that he knows about the whole vampire thing.
Yes, he knows she's a vampire. Like she's not like keeping it a secret from her allies at least.
You see him kind of like look down. So that's why I feel this way. That's why I can't breathe. That's
Like you
why
don't need to breathe.
that's why I don't have a pulse.
Uh-huh.
So what is what does that make me?
You are my spawn now. It's not too different from what you were before, but I am still sorry. This despite all the benefits, this is a curse. It is not a gift.
You he's quiet for a little bit and you see him kind of like lean his back against a tree. He's looking down. Well, and he gives a very small, weaker, but still small chuckle. Does that mean I don't have to worry about starving every night for regular food?
No, and you're not gonna feel cold either. She's like gonna sit down next to him, which is a good thing because apparently I'm extra cold now than I already was. She's looking down at like her ice covered hands.
He goes ahead and like takes one finger and like gently reaches it and presses it against the ice covered hand. I'd say I can feel that, but I don't.
Yeah, senses are weird when you're not really alive.
You begin to see him like sniff. What is what is that? You see him like he seems to be getting a little woozy and one of his hands goes and like grabs onto the root of the tree. And you knew Jerry, you know, he had a little muscle to him beforehand, but you watch as he like grabs this root of the tree and like holds onto it and the tree begins to snap, or at least the root begins to snap. You realize that his strength is definitely much, much higher. Uh you dare say he's on par with you with how strong he is. And he begins to look around wildly, sniffing the air. What is that scent?
Uh, she's gonna start sniffing too, see if she can pick up what he is.
Make me a perception check with advantage.
Sorry, I accidentally closed out the character sheet.
Yeah, like you said, you
Ah,
probably thought you were done, huh?
I did. You said perception check, right?
Yeah,
Skills,
with advantage.
perception. Well, let's see. The first roll was a 24. Let's see what the second one is. All right, 24.
24. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, the second one was
24.
a 17, so it still wasn't bad, but
I'd say 24 is still better.
yeah.
Rune, you've been a vampire long enough that you've learned how to mask, or at least filter out your senses. You remember back when you had first turned into a vampire, you were going crazy because there was just blood everywhere around you. Not outside of the body, just how many people there were, and all of them had blood pumping through them. It drove you crazy, but you've learned to filter it out. Now you only get, this crazed that he is when you see live blood, blood dripping from someone, blood on the ground, whatever. But it seems like he's going through the motions and he's beginning to get that feeling of there is blood nearby that I can go drink. Even if it's not outside of the body already, I can go get it.
Can I tell if it's like from like a humanoid or an animal?
You can
Well,
tell
that's what
that
he's
it's
picking
not
up.
like a full human, but it does seem to be more humanoid-esque. Um, Roll me a nature check. I'd say regular, no advantage on this one.
Yeah, she wasn't out in nature all that much. That's a 5.
It might be from some kind of creature of giant blood, maybe.
Oh man, I hope it's not another Carl. Yeah. Like I forget sometimes. Like I remember that she is almost just as naive as Clover is with some things.
Yeah. You see him
They're both
begin to like,
sheltered, but in weird ways.
yeah. Oh my God, we're sheltered buddies. No. You'll watch as he begins to like slowly rise himself, his fingers digging into the bark of the skin as he like helps himself back up. He seems very laser focused to the west of you guys.
Before like he gets to move or anything, Rune is going to grab his face and have him look at her. And she's gonna go, Jerry, listen, I didn't mean to turn you. I didn't want to lose you. I mean, I had already lost the other 3, and I was worried something horrible happened to you, and it did. And I wasn't thinking straight, but this wasn't your choice. And I don't want to have control over you. Because unfortunately, that's what being a spawn means. It means that I have control over you. And I don't want that. And I know you're probably really thirsty right now, and you want whatever the hell that is. I'm trying to
It's
reduce innocent casualties as much as possible, and I don't know if that's some poor farmer or a little rabbit or something. So just
it does seem like the scent is going deeper into the woods. And as you say, like, you probably must be thirsty. It smells like we said Frank was the half orc, right?
there is no Frank.
Not Frank.
Martin.
Martin. Martin was
Martin
the
is the
half
half
orc.
orc.
It smells like Martin, but more Martin than Martin. Full.
Full orc. Do orcs have the same horrible reputation here as they do elsewhere?
Yeah, they're hunters, not really the best of kind. What you don't
Yeah.
know is that this is the same orc tribe that previously had tried hunting Anicia because she was an elf.
Ah. It's like I'm going to. So that is an orc. Orcs are usually horrible people. But before that, I want you to drink my blood.
You see
And then
him
you get to go on a rampage.
you see him gain a very confused look. Are you able to produce blood for me to drink? Would that not hurt you? Would that have any serious effect on you?
I would be a little woozy, but we're about to go orc hunting, so.
I you see him begin to get a little, stammery. It You get this feeling that like if he was able to produce blood like that, he would probably blush at this motion, but he can't really do that. So you see the fingers that are like digged into the bark, they begin to like wiggle around a little bit. I, I, uh, all right. Do I just bite into you?
Yeah, body will do the rest. It's pretty indistinguishable.
He'll go
She like
ahead and go.
bares her neck for him.
Let me go ahead. Racial. He'll go ahead and he will attempt a bite attack with advantage since you're basically opening yourself up to him.
Bears.
I am glad that had advantage. The first one was a natural one. The second one was a second one much better. 24, not natural.
Yeah, that still definitely hits.
Yeah, just maybe. So he will hit you for. Let me grab the dice. Grab those and okay. As he like begins telling himself like it's okay. It's okay. She said it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. His hands will like get away from the wood. They'll gently place on your shoulders and you feel his fangs begin to dig into you. You take 10 10 2 So you take 10 necrotic damage and 10 no. Uh 18 no 15 bite damage or piercing damage.
Bites out.
So 28 total.
He is not looking good.
um
But it's worth it. He's free now. He's not forced to be under
yeah.
her control anymore.
So and then he'll gain a little bit of health back from that. He gets like half of that back, so he gets like 14 HP back. Um, as he just digs in his fangs into your neck, you can feel because you're not full undead. You obviously still feel everything. It is a icy cold feeling, like someone just plunged two icicles into your neck. You're used to cold, but this is a bit different. You're not taking cold damage or anything, but it just gives you that shivering sensation. You can begin to feel some of your blood leave your neck area, the rest of your body. Your heart begins to pump a bit faster to try and help replenish the blood that's being lost. All that it's doing is feeding him more blood. He begins to like suck on your neck for about 10 seconds before he like pushes onto you to try and rip his fangs away. He managed to do so successfully, and you can see his like tongue is like lapped out trying to get any of the blood on his fangs off of him. And he begins like gasping again after holding onto you for 10 seconds straight. You can see his body that was beginning to go back into that gray state kind of settles down a little bit.
Feels good, huh?
Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. Your blood is really sweet. You know that? It's like a cold icy sweet treat. It's hard to explain. Because I don't think you guys would have ice cream yet, but maybe something like snow cones. I think you guys would
Okay.
have that around here, so like it'd probably be the equivalent of like a snow cone he had.
She tastes like a childhood dream.
She tastes like a childhood dream. I mean, for him. I can't.
Like I didn't know my blood was sweet. No.
Okay, I'm still thirsty, but I feel more in control now, at least. Um, as he finishes saying that, you can hear what sounds like humming, very, very heavy humming, like and you can see what looks like maybe an orc walking by himself. He's carrying like a large great club on his shoulder.
Rune
And
is like gonna help him up and then tie the blanket around his waist.
yeah. He's buck naked this entire time until now. Oh, He's like begins, his voice gets a little bit louder. He's like, he like points down. He's like, uh, he like holds up his thumbs like, sorry, uh, mm, he
Don't
looks
worry, I didn't look that much.
that much. I'm just gonna say, Rune, you liked what you saw. It's not like
Damn right I did.
it's not he's not going to be making any magazine covers, but you know what, it'll do. um but his eyes will focus in on the orc, and he will go into a low whisper. Is he okay to hunt?
Yeah.
Are you going to stop him from going forward to try and get him?
No, I'm gonna give him a knife.
A knife? What do you have?
I'm
Oh
like,
my god, why does Jerry have a knife?
take him out quick.
He does naturally have a dagger, so I'll just use that as the knife you gave him. Um
Yeah, I dropped the magic one back in the TP.
eh,
So I had to give him my backup dagger.
uh, he will go ahead. He will, since he's a, oh my god, he's a rogue.
He is a rogue.
He's hidden from this man, so he'll go ahead. You just see this man fucking book it. This guy is fast. Like, what's your base walking speed?
Rune's base walking speed is, I believe, 30.
30. So you watch as Jerry goes and he begins running, but to you, it's almost like a blur. This guy is almost twice as fast as you are. You were not aware? He definitely wasn't this fast earlier. He was relatively speedy because of what his job was, but he is significantly faster now because he's going almost 60 feet a set, every 6 seconds. He's covering, what is that, like 60 feet in 10 seconds, so like 6 feet per second. Um, you watch as he just fucking full dashes onto this orc. The orc hasn't even noticed him. He gets to roll with advantage because he's hidden. That is a 16 and a 15, so it's the 16 plus 8, so 22, no, 23. 23 to hit, which does indeed hit. I get to roll 1d4 plus 5. 6, and then he gets his... That's what I'm saying, Toto. Toto murd in the background. Sneak attack, 3d6 extra damage.
I forgot how scary you accidentally made him.
Let's say 4, 4, and 6, so that's 14 extra damage. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Okay, so yeah. So 6 plus 4, so he deals 20 damage to this poor orc in just one attack. Let me see how much an orc typically has for health. He, or this guy would have. Ha! Who? Yeah. You watch as you give this guy a knife, and he dashes forwards, and all you see, you don't really see it. You see glimpses of him, but all you see is this orc turn around in surprise, and then his head just cleanly falls off of him. An orc has 15 HP. He did 20 damage. More than 20.
It was like Jerry can totally just hear Rune's heart beating faster. She looks on excited and is just like, I created a monster.
You watch as like the head falls off and rolls off of his shoulders, and then the body just slumps down, and you see Jerry just kind of emerge from the shadows, like on the other side of where the orc was. He seems equally terrified, excited, and hungry. And he looks at you, big old smile, points down. I I just did I just did that. I just did
You
that.
did? Even I couldn't do that. That's impressive.
Like his hands like go up to his head. He's like, "Holy shit. Oh my God. Okay. Uh 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 mm." He looks down, his eyes stare at it for a minute, and then you just watch him basically just drop down and he begins feasting on the body.
Rune's gonna just watch over him and keep an ear out, make sure there ain't no other orcs nearby.
It seems like this guy was probably on sentry because Jerry begins to feed for like 15 minutes. You're even able to like pick up like a spare arm and a leg from this guy and begin feasting yourself, just eating and drinking out of him. But you keep a good ear out. It doesn't seem like anyone heard this man die, heard him come this way. It was such a quick enough kill that the man didn't get a chance to let out any sort of sound before he died. After about 20
Tasty.
minutes of just feasting. I'd say you regain the HP that Jerry dealt to you from his bite because of all the feasting you're doing here.
Oh, the heels.
All the heals. It seems like it's beginning to get to be more night-ish. So, what do you think you and Jerry will be doing as he sits there with this mostly fucking wrung out corpse, much flatter than it used to be. Some of the man's insides kind of pouring out, some of his bones as well, as Jerry just sits there, blood staining his chin and his mouth.
She's gonna like wipe the blood off of his cheek. Just try to clean his face off of it and just goes, that should last you for about a week.
Yeah, I don't feel very hungry anymore.
Yeah, we only need to eat like once a week.
Okay. I
And
thought it was a lot worse, but that's good.
and while you won't immediately combust in the sunlight, you will still be tired in the day. Yeah, you've seen how I am during the daylight hours.
Yeah.
She's gonna take her hat and put it on him to help cover him up some more. And just go, Jerry, I'm still very sorry that this happened to you, but I won't lie, I am kind of glad you didn't die, because, you know, I grew attached to you and the boys, and the idea that I would outlive you did make me sad.
You see Jerry, he seems a little saddened at the mention of, his fellow rogues. He just gives a sigh. I miss them. They didn't
I do too.
deserve what happened to them. They were just doing a job. The
And
shitty
we're
part
gonna
is,
get back at those bastards for that, and we're gonna gorge on their blood and be good for like a year. Because I'm not gonna let them get away for what they did to you and the boys.
I did find out one thing, though, that might be useful.
No. Well, do tell.
You remember that rhino guy? The one from the church that we scouted out for you guys?
Yeah, the really scary one.
He's officially a town council member. And it looks
Oh,
like his ties with the guild run even deeper.
now why did you have to go and do that?
Security, if I had to guess, knowing that there's people trying to fight against the guild. Getting with the town council means at least more guards will be around to protect him, meaning it'll be harder to get to him.
Hmm.
If we want to kill him, we're probably going to have to get through a bunch of city guard and whatever demonic rhino folk he has himself. Not to
Do
mention
you?
he's scary enough as it is.
He is, but do you know who put the bombs in you? Who cut you up like that?
I wasn't able to see too much. I was out for most of it. There was a woman's cackle, I know that much, but that's about all I could tell.
Hmm. I think the others saw something on the bombs, but I was a bit too preoccupied to notice.
Where are the rest of them?
Back at the theater by now? Uh,
Are the children
I don't
okay?
know. Oh yeah, yeah. The dirty man got them protected by a big frog thing. It's fucking huge. The kids are fine.
Okay.
They also know what happened to John, Joe, and Martin. We were able to recover their bodies.
They have a good burial?
Uh, we haven't buried them yet, but they did pray,
I think
and the
when we
kids started
go
a farm.
I think when we go back to officially bury them, there's something I want to do. It's an old wives' tale you could say, but a way to hopefully prevent them from being utilized in the future something so that they don't come back as like a spirit or someone uses them as like a zombie or skeleton.
That'd be nice. I don't know what I would do if somebody were using them for necromancy.
I believe if we were to not exactly destroy them, but at least burn the bones a bit, it would, I guess, cure the meat in a way that would make the souls be able to pass on a bit easier. That way they're not stuck stranded on this earth anymore. They can go continue off into the Shadowfell.
I feel like Martin at least wouldn't mind going out in a bonfire.
He goes ahead and chuckles. Yeah. And he'll begin to stand up. I think I'll go do am I allowed to go back to the hideout?
Do you feel like you have good control of yourself?
I'm not
Or do you
hungry
wanna
anymore. I can still smell a lot of blood coming from any points in a direction, a lot coming from there, but I don't feel the need to go after them right now. I feel like I can safely walk away.
not the hunger, it's more there's a lot of stimulation in the city.
There
It
is.
takes practice to learn how to tune it out. And, make sure you're not accidentally tearing doors off hinges or breaking bones anytime you bump into somebody. Huh?
He nods his head a bit. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You have no idea how much I have to hold back when the kids are climbing all over me.
I can't imagine. I hope I don't have. I, maybe I don't go near the kids, but I just stay in the building. I can like stay in the rafters or whatever and watch for them so that they don't know I'm there, but I also don't get too close and accidentally hurt them.
Yes, and I will say the theater is, a bit more soundproof due to all the extra webs I put up recently.
Yes, I still don't want to hurt the kids, though.
Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it. I'll help you. We kind of got eternity together now, so
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, does this mean I get to help you out with fights now?
after what you did to that guy, yeah.
Cool. Cool. He like gives a small grin, like, hell yeah, I gotta go into the fights.
Yep, because I am done doing things the slow way. Alright, we're gonna start clearing out the fucking city piece by piece until all of these damn cultist bastards are dead.
Do you have any new leads on them? Maybe like names or anything?
We do have a hit list. The mayor was able to give us a list of the founders for the cult.
Oh,
So
good.
we have list names for the head honchos. Still have to find them though, but that's your specialty now, isn't it?
Yeah, if I look over the list, maybe I've heard of some of the names and I can help out with that department. Otherwise, I can
And they
help do some
certainly aren't going to be
recon.
expecting you to be looking for them, now are they?
No, probably not. Though I imagine if that woman came back and found me gone, she might be a little concerned.
Oh, I'm sure that's fine. The others said they were going to burn down the building we found you in.
Well, okay. Shall we head back? I may be a vampire now, but I'm still a little creeped out about just sitting in the woods. It
What time of
feels
day is it?
unnatural. It's getting to be about evening time. Since you were traveling for about 2 hours or so. Um, it was about four. It's like 7, 8 o'clock, so it's getting to be more evening time now.
So sun's not like straight overhead anymore.
No, you guys like sunlight sensitivity wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah,
It's
we can
not
start
bright
heading
sun.
back.
It's more
And
like
then
dim
I'll
light at this point.
Yeah, they're like, we'll start heading back. I'll make you your own hat. She says, and she like taps the tip of her hat.
Okay, all right. And he goes ahead and helps stabilizes himself, and he'll begin walking, keeping the blanket like tied onto his body so that he doesn't, accidentally flash somebody.
Yeah, we found you naked. There was only scraps left of your clothes.
He goes
I
ahead
tried
and
to keep you covered, but I don't know if the others saw or not. I doubt they'd judge.
yeah, no, it's okay. He goes ahead and he looks back at the body. He begins to like rummage through it. Let's see. He'll go ahead and take like some of the clothing off of the orc and he'll use it to don himself a bit. So now he's like wearing some basic leather armor.
Rune just wriggles her nose, just like, ugh, orc smell.
It'll at least cover until I get back home. I should have a few spare clothes when I get back there into the changing room. The more I don't care about your cocktail sausage. uh, I think with that, they'll go ahead and begin making their way back. You can go ahead and go bring the other four back in. You can stay here as well, but yeah.
uh,
Friendship.
Cocktail sausage.
Cocktail sausage. Sorry about the long talk.
Yeah.
We had a very nice one-on-one and another orc died.
Dude,
Oh.
Jerry is so
So-
scary now.
So, Nevi, am I taking ceremony after the long rest?
No.
What?
Are we
What do you
creating
mean,
holy?
what?
Do you know the benefits of ceremony?
No, but no, anyway. They're not getting married.
Yeah.
Nevi, what if I
Not yet.
told you? What if I told you, okay, that one of the benefits of ceremony is you get a +2 to your AC when you're within 30 feet of each other?
Okay, but that's low-key terrifying. Okay, so, and here's why. Um, one of the things that his subclass has is uh
Yeah.
is so true love. as long as he's within 10 feet from their, preferred love, aka Rune, he can use a reaction to take away a d4 from any attack roll made towards them. And it scales with your sneak attack dice, so he gets to roll 3d4 because that's what his sneak attack is at. And he can also choose to use his reaction to grant advantage to her, and she can do the vice versa. +2 to their AC would make them a fucking power couple.
Damn right.
Exactly. So let me do ceremony wedding.
So let me just hold a wedding in this abandoned, theater.
No,
Exactly,
again,
it's
it's too
perfect.
early for wedding yet. All
The
right.
kid, there is flowers already grown, Nevi. The kid can be the flower girls. Rivet can make the rings. It'll be fine.
They
No,
already have
it's too
children together.
early.
They'll
They
have
only
children
just
together.
realized they have
They already have
eternity
children.
together.
Exactly. You guys have kids. They're all born out of wedlock by now, Nevi. Come on.
All right.
Anyway, should we probably wrap up?
Yeah, I was kind of planning on it, so it's been about
4.5
hours.
hours.
Oh my god. In session. It has been about I'd say 3 hours or so. You guys were all chilling at the bathhouse. Rune and Jerry were gone. At this point,
Took
you
me
all
half an hour to grind down that hag's nails.
a lot of your time spent was cleaning Olma out, yes. But after a nice bathhouse experience, all of you guys leave the bathhouse, and as you do, you walk out, feeling well refreshed with your things gathered, your clothes cleaned up, no more blood, no more grime, no more dirt on any of it. A very pissed off Olma now hiding in the tents. As you
The
guys
nose they sheen to
as you guys
it.
walk out into the main road, you do see Rune again. And walking with her is a very nervous looking Jerry, now wearing what seems to be some leather armor and some fur clothing on his shoulders and around his legs. Kind of what a traditional orc might wear. So where he got that, get up, who knows?
Orc
He's also
smell.
got Rune's veil hat on.
Yeah, and the veil hat on as they
Is
begin
that
walking.
is that wearing an oversized sun hat?
That's actually what it is. It's those really big, those really wide like Chinese hats with the veil.
Oh my god,
The
I'm
beekeeper
picturing
hat.
Cole.
No, yeah, that's what her hat has been this whole time. It's just like been a big shade.
Beekeeper hat.
So
but
you
bigger.
guys see Rune and Jerry coming on by. Jerry seems a little bit nervous to see the others, and he kind of like walks maybe like a step or two behind Rune, but still follows her.
Loom smiles brightly and waves. Good to see you walking on your 2 feet again.
Rivet takes 2 steps back.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not gonna eat you, and neither will he. We had a nice snack out in the woods.
I guess
I'm
Good.
glad.
I guess more like 2 snacks, I guess, but a nice feast, yes. Wild orc, he went down really quickly. He kept me well fed. The Jerry seems relatively nervous, a lot more nervous than he was with you one-on-one, Rune, but it seems like he's trying his best to kind of keep it together. He doesn't seem like, oh, he's unstable or anything, just more so just generally nervous to be back in the city after everything.
Oh. She's gonna reach out with one of her pedipalps and hold his hand.
Actually, no, it'd be more like 4 hours because it took you 2 hours to get to the forest and then 2 hours to get back. So, okay, it's like 8 o'clock for reference. Yeah, no, I think I know what that is, Mags. Possibly. So Jerry's gonna kind of like walk ahead. I'm gonna, I'm gonna go see the boys real quick.
Okay. They're in the back.
Jerry will nod his head and swiftly walk walk towards the theater and kind of walk along the sides of it to go to where the crates are.
I thought I buried them.
Did you officially bury them?
Yeah.
Did you actually
Yeah.
bury them?
Yeah, you and me did.
Yeah, that's why there's plots there.
That's why Anicia
Fun.
was like keeping the kids entertained.
Okay.
The fuck? Who unburied them?
I
No.
don't remember to bury them. Never mind, Rick cutting that.
Yeah.
Just
Nevi
Tells
remember.
them where the grates are.
Yeah.
Arm there.
Nevi simply forgot and thought that they weren't buried. So Jerry was just simply going to go see the crates and help bury them. But if they're already buried, he's just going to go to the graves and he's going to give like a small kneel to them and just, it seems like he's more so paying his respects to the fallen brothers.
You said that, and my mind immediately when he does the peace sign.
No. Nah. What do you five do?
Other than smell like bourbon.
We all smell amazing.
We do smell very, very earthy aroma-y.
Lamora's
Takes
gonna
like
look at
a sniff
everyone.
in the air and then just takes a step away. Guys, they're very perfumed. Smells nice, but it's a little too strong for my nose.
Lamora looks around and goes, I have a gift for everyone.
Mm?
And she like has everyone gather around, and yes, she makes sure that room gathers close to the perfume.
My nose.
My
And
eyes!
She reaches into her bra and goes, all right. And she pulls Olma out. He's got like, you know, the movie like Little Rascals, how the one kid's hair is like brushed from side to side.
Yeah.
They do this to the poor dirt man. He's not a dirt man anymore.
He's now squeaky clean. His hair's parted flat against his head. He looks very gentlemanly as Amara puts him down. Okay, I got you all gifts. And she walks over to Anicia and pulls out a bag with a pumpkin on it, and she holds it out to Anicia. This one's for you.
Oh.
She walks over to Clover and pulls out one with a witch on it. And this one's for you. Clover.
Sorry,
Clever was so touchy
my headset died.
Go ahead and repeat.
Sorry,
Lex.
could you repeat? I was gonna say,
Yeah.
could you repeat the last maybe 5 seconds when my headset went? Ooh.
So Lamar gathers everyone together as she announces that she's a gift, and she pulls out this bag with a witch on it, and she holds out to Clover. And this one's for you.
Oh, thank you. He takes the bag and holds it in his very big hands.
Takes it to goes over to Rune. Did I already do Rune?
No, you did Anicia and
Anicia.
Clover.
Okay, she goes to Rune and pulls out another one with a witch on it. And this one's for you.
Thank you.
She goes to Alma, pulls out one with a little swamp thing on it, and holds it out. This one's for you. I made sure to get a swamp for you.
Ooh! He's immediately entranced by it.
Hopefully this makes up for your now cleanly self. And she's gonna turn towards Rivet, and she's going to walk over. And she's going to kneel down so she's at his height, and she takes out another one with the swamp symbol on it and holds it out and goes, I am giving this gift to you with my hands to yours, because you deserve to be treated like a person.
Thank you, and I'm sorry about before. That was uncalled for.
You may not know me, you may not know my friends, but use your words when something is bothering you, and perhaps we can all get along. Understand?
He'll nod.
She stands up and backs up from all of them and goes, open it all.
You already opened yours, right, Lamora?
Yeah.
So, I'll add
And we
Olma's
said-
in a minute.
My last roll on mine.
So, Anicia got the pumpkin one, right?
Yep.
Anicia, add to your inventory a pumpkin patch prankster goblin loot bag. Then we have, I think I need to just scroll down a little bit. It was the witch one, correct? Not
Yeah,
the wizard one.
Clover's going to open it pretty much immediately.
I'm just trying to
He's-
scroll down to
Birthday
it
present.
so that you
He's
can.
too excited.
That's tavern. That's swamp. Electric. Okay. Um, Rune and Clover, add to your thing a Wurgle the Witch Looter Klepto Goblin loot bag. And then Ghost, you and Ulma will be adding a Silt Claw the Swamp Spelunker Goblin loot bag.
Okay. What about for those of us that are opening it?
I'll go ahead and go in like order. So we have, just double checking, we have Anicia opening, Clover opening. Is Rune opening hers?
Yep.
All right. And you said you want
Hmm?
him, or do you still want to keep the one we rolled the other night, Ghost?
I wanted to keep the one I rolled because that would be funny.
Okay.
He just
Yeah.
opens it and it's a pair.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and have Anicia, you go ahead, roll me a D100.
Ten.
10. All right. Roll me a D4.
3.
3. Anicia, you take this bag that Lumora gave you, and this will kind of help describe all of your bags, but the design on it might be a little bit different. Anicia, you take this bag. On the front is a little design of a jack-o'-lantern, but instead of a traditional, scary face that the jack-o'-lantern might have, it's instead carved with the face of a grinning goblin. And as you open it up, the bag unravels itself, and inside you find 3 incense sticks.
Hmm.
Do you take the
What do they
sticks?
smell like?
They don't have a smell at the moment.
Hmm.
But you get this little inkling inside of you saying that if you light them, it might do something. Would you like to take the bag or the sticks?
Yeah, she's taking the sticks.
As you take out the 3 incense sticks, go ahead and I will DM you what you add to your inventory as I finish describing this. So as you take out the sticks, the minute the last stick leaves the bag, you see the bag animate itself. The rope that, or the ribbon that tied it together, immediately collects the rest of the bag, tightens it up, and it deflates as if flat, and then it sinks into your inventory. You get the feeling that once day comes, you'll get another chance to open it.
Okay.
And then I will DM you. Add 3. Make sure I.
Watch me redeem IRL voice band.
There you go.
Max, what was the name of the bags that me and Oma got?
I can tell you that right.
A swamp bag.
Yeah, it's a swamp bag.
Just
It
put
is.
swamp loot bag.
Yeah. If you want the full name, I can like copy paste the name for you.
I'm putting custom items on. That's why I wanted a little label.
No, you're good. I'll also put it into your wiki thing so you have like the full name in there as well.
Works.
Go to Rivet. Oh, we don't have one for Rivet yet. I'll put it in Zal's thing. For now. All right.
What the hell is this and why is it in my stuff?
Next we have Clover. Clover, yours, instead of having a jack-o'-lantern with a goblin face, you have a side image of a goblin wearing a traditional slanted pointy witch hat.
Cute.
Go ahead and open the bag. Roll me a D100.
22.
22. Ooh. Inside, you find a compass.
Ooh.
As you pick up the compass, you see it begin spinning wildly. I will DM you what this compass does. Similarly, after you take the compass out, the bag again reanimates itself, ties itself up, and it goes into your inventory. And your DMs is what the compass does. Next, we have Rune. Or is Rune dead?
I rolled a 25.
You rolled a 25 on the witch. Yours is very similar to Clover, same design and whatnot. Seems to be a similar brand. You find inside a box. You don't know why, but as you open up this box, you begin to get this sensation that you really want to put a toad inside of it.
Grabs Olma, shoves
Find a
him in the
Ted.
box.
Do not touch Olma!
I need to find a Ted! Are there Teds in this world?
I put what the thing does in your DMs, Nebby.
Isn't there like a giant fucking frog inside of the theater right now?
You guys don't know
Yeah,
that.
there is, technically.
And then, I guess I'll roll for Olma right here. Because you said, Ghost, you want to keep what you got? So, Rivet, as you open yours is a face, that of a goblin's, but he seems to be covered in something. Unlike all of the other designs that have a white out image for the goblin, other than some green tint added to the goblin's face itself where it applies. Yours and Olma's instead has a front-facing picture of a goblin, and the goblin face seems to be covered in some sort of green mucus, almost like swamp water and dead plants slowly dripping off of the goblin's face. As you open it up inside, we had Ghost roll for this the other night. You find a pair of boots, hide boots, with a red tint to it.
On close inspection, they are.
Upon closer inspection, they seem to be made from a giant salamander. And we're not talking like, oh, an amphibian salamander. We're talking about the elemental creature salamander. I will put its info in your DMs. And last but not least, I'll have Olma go ahead and roll his right here, see what he gets. D10.
Uncle Ned, is that you? No, I'm joking.
Damn. That'd be crazy. Why would he have an uncle? Alright, grab this. Roll it. 86. I gotta roll a d6.
These are really good quality.
4. Olma opens up his, and he finds 4 duck whistle collars.
Ah, you have a little duck friends.
So he goes ahead and adds 4 duck whistles to his inventory. Once again, the bags do the same thing, close themselves up, and hide away. With the inkling that you guys should probably try and open them again tomorrow. With that,
When we were doing the apothecary shop, I kind of 5-finger discount some of these. Don't worry.
what are they? Infinite reusable?
I think so.
Huh. Cool.
Arcane inspection.
Arcane inspection.
Predict Luciana to see if they are.
Go ahead, do that, and make me a history roll with advantage.
And you will get your results next time on
Dragon Ball Z.
I was going to say next time on the freaking Miscellaneous Misfits, but okay.
No, Dragon Ball Z.
So the history with advantage is 24.
All right. You know what these bags are. You know what brand they belong to. You know that these belong to a brand of magic items simply called the Klepto Goblin. It is a brand that produces many of fun things, mostly minor fun trinkets, but their specialization are loot bags. Loot bags that are, in fact, infinite use. They take their magic straight from the weave itself, and at dawn of every day, or at least once per day, you know that you can open up this thing to get a random item inside of it. Something usually specific to whatever the design is. So the swamp bag might give you stuff that might either help you out, you might find, or something native to a swamp. A witch's thing might be something you might find, or you might want to brew inside of a witch's hut. And a pumpkin patch would be any sort of thing traditionally used in gardening, and especially pumpkin gardening. You know that there are a ton of different bags like this, but it seems that you have only 3 of them right here. You know there to be at least 20 more of them. But,
Resistance?
huh? No. Types
I was
total.
about to say, it's like, huh?
You know that they make about 23 different brands of these, all of them with their own little fun trinkets that they can spit out upon being opened, all ranging from essentially useless to, oh my god, this could be very terrifying in the wrong hands. For instance, you know that there are possibilities of dragon eggs inside of some of these bags. And in the same bag, you could
Is it
get
clover?
something as lowly as a simple button. It's all up
I think I
to the
understand
reader.
how that church got a hold of Clover now.
No. No. That'd be very fucked if it was how it did. But
Wait,
That'd be
what?
fucking
How
funny.
was that over?
he was making a joke because there is a possibility in some of these bags to get dragon eggs.
Oh,
And he was making a joke like, oh, I see how the church got a hold of Clover. But yes, that is in fact where we're going to call session for today.
No! Okay.
Thank you, you 5, for joining me today. We played for a solid almost 5 hours. Kind of surprised at that.
Thank you
Holy
for the
shit.
session.
There is so much to do.
There is, but we can
We
handle
saved
that next time.
Jerry.
We saved
We
Jerry.
did. We saved Jerry.
We saved Jerry.
Now we gotta
You
kill
guys
him
got your
again.
bathhouse episode. And who knows, next session, Lumora might finally get her cookies. The cookies that she was supposed to have gotten 2 days ago.
That are
So
probably going stale inside the witch's house.
That's right. Magic is this. Is keeping them nice and fresh.
she's a witch. Yeah, she'll keep them nice and fresh for you.
It's okay. Ribbit will pay.
Damn. Thank you all, chat, for coming out
Terrible.
and viewing us tonight. Thank you for the inspiration given from chat. I might make that a thing that
Fuck
can
you,
happen
chat.
for enough points. I will see you all later. Have a good one.
Server mute your ass,
Goodbye.
ghost.